So, I think 9 years ago now, I did a video mixing in the box. I was almost entirely mixing on the SSL, but doing moves in the DAW in Pro Tools, but then mixing through the SSL. So I decided to do an entirely in the box mix, and over 3 days I spent an hour or two each day over 3 days mixing this song. So I'd work for an hour or two and I'd open it up the next day and then work for another hour or two, and I filmed the whole process. So with that I created a course, and that course comes free inside of Produce Like a Pro Academy. It's been there for a billion years, and I thought we would do, because it is of course July the 4th. I hope you're all having a lovely July the 4th weekend. Decided to give it away for free. So if you're not already in the Academy, here's the course. It was a song that I wrote with Chris Hall from Stabbing Westward. Remember that band, Stabbing Westward? And we wrote it, and it's about a particular rock star. I'll let you guess down below who the rock star is. And the song is called Love Me, I'm Rich. I mixed this song entirely from scratch, only in the box. It's warts and all. I didn't remove any of my mistakes, so you'll see me mix it, you'll see me open it up again and go, oh, that was terrible, and redo it. And I feel like it's one of the best mixing courses I've ever done, and one of the best mixing courses I've ever seen, because it shows the process of falling flat on your face and then figuring it out and redoing it. Isn't that sort of what we're supposed to do? And I find it a lot more helpful to see something being done in real time, as opposed to just opening up the already amazing, approved by the artist 10 revisions mix. Anyway, watch it at your leisure. Here is my free Mixing in the Box course, and there will be a link down below to download the multi-tracks. It's all for free. And of course, come and join us in Produce Like a Pro Academy. It's a special summer sale at the moment, and you can see many more of these kinds of things. Thanks, everyone. So this is the mix that I did on my console.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Now, it's got that very SSL smacky snare sound, so that's going to be interesting. I don't know if I want to do that or not, but you hear that pa, 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 and that's also a transient designer. So what I'm doing here is we're going to do the overview kind of mix, because a lot of the times I'm treating this as though somebody has sent me files to mix. Everything is zeroed out. We'll go through that in a second. But if you have been given something to mix by somebody else, you're going to get rough mixes. If you can, you'll get mixes that other people have done. And that way you can compare. There's also the original demo of this song down here. And this was actually mixed in the box. So I have these two different mixes. One was mixed in a box, one was mixed through a console. They're very different. They also have different singers. Now, one thing you'll notice, and this is important, one thing you'll notice is the one I'm playing here with Amanda singing is not crushed. This is just a mix. It's not, hasn't been mastered. Where the mix down here is mastered because I mixed using lots of compression, EQ, etc. on my master bus. So there's different approaches here, different times as well, because this was recorded when I didn't have a console. Also, just for fun and games, the drum sounds are different dramatically because there's a different drummer playing on Amanda's version. We actually replayed the drums in a different way to suit her. The drums on the other version were a little bit more rock. Even though this is a rock song, they just didn't feel great against her vocal. So, what we're going to hear is really a case of finding the best version of the mix that we can around her vocal. So, first thing you do is you listen to the rough mix. So let's listen to the rough mix of Amanda.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of
But first thing I notice is that definite SSL or Transient Designer snappy kick and snare. Honestly, I'm going to change that up.
Love me and rich, he said. Love me and rich, he said. Love me and rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun.
It's pretty dense. There's a lot of guitars. There's some crazy key stuff going on.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
I think the snare's too dynamic, to be honest.
We live a disposable life.
I think we can have some fun doing some parallel compression on the drums. We'll get into that.
He might be my
So let's go to the bridge here. So what else is going on?
come undone. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Love me unrich.
Right, chaotic guitar solo at the end.
Love me unrich.
So you see essentially what I'm doing is I'm listening down to the mix that's supplied. And I'm deciding what it is I want to improve upon it. And I'm going to continually reference that mix and try and beat it, try and keep what's good about it, and also beat it. So that's our challenge. That's why when I talk about in videos like, referencing rough mixes or referencing other people's mixes is really important. I can't tell you how many albums I've made where I've produced, engineered, and mixed it, only to have an external, famous mixer remix the singles or remix the album. And they're taking my mixes. And, honestly, if I gave you my mixes and spend a couple of days and beating them, eventually you're going to beat them. So if you get that luxury of having a good mix to work from, then great. If it isn't and you just got the rough mix, then, you've got the rough mix. At least you know what their intentions are. Because with a rough mix, they're usually, as the production's being organized and created, the mix will come into effect. Most guys these days, like Tim Palmer's a good friend of mine, he's mixing in a summing way, but he's essentially mixing in the box. So as he's tracking, he's mixing. So quite often, you'll get sessions that are pretty complete. They'll have a lot of automation, etc. on it. Now, you have two different ways of working. So let's get into the prep here. This session is completely zeroed out. There's no automation going on anything. There's no panning going on, and everything is set to 1 and 2. And as you can see, there are no plugins whatsoever. So we're starting completely from scratch. Now, for a lot of mixers, especially mixers that mix on consoles, this is how they like to get the sessions. When I've used guys like Mark Endert or Michael Brower or Spike Stent, they're either mixing in a console, like two of them mix in a console, and a couple of them mix, well, Mark Endert's now mixing in a box with a summing amp. The other two are still mixing on SSLs. Crystal Algae is still mixing on SSL. So when I give them sessions, I give them looking like this, with everything zeroed out, no panning, no automation whatsoever. So that gives anybody who has the session the ability to do whatever it is. Now, for a lot of you, and I suggest this, once you get into a system, you will create a mix template. But for the purposes of teaching what we're doing here, let me show you how the process of mixing in a box. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to bring in just a template and then gloss over it like it was really easy. We're going to do this from scratch. So you're going to, as I'm learning to make this song great, you're going to learn with me. Okay, so kick, snare, top, snare, bottom, overheads, rack, floor, crash. These are my live drum elements. So I'm now going to create a group, which on a Mac is Apple G. Call it Live Drums, of course. Now within that group, I'm going to create a snare group. So we'll call that Live Snare. Now some people don't even name their groups. I like to name their groups because I'm going to turn stuff on and off. Some people give them very vague stuff. I'm very literal. I like things to be easy. If I look over there, I know that's the live snare and those are the live drums. Next up is toms. Again, Apple G, on a Mac at least. I'm going to call it live toms. Great. So here are our live drums. Let's give it a listen. Let's put our drums together. There are samples in this, and we're going to get to those in a minute. So here's our live drum kit. Now, a couple of things. Overheads are panned hard left and hard right already. They're on a stereo file. First thing I would do is probably just have a quick listen to this hi-hat, because it's super loud. I can suspend my groups by going Shift, Command G, suspends the group. Or I can use Control and pull the fader down like this. Now again, this is a Mac thing. It's not going to be the same on everything. If I want to reset the fader when I'm out of group, I can just hit Option. So wherever I am, I can hit Option, it'll go back to 0. But again, make sure you're not in group, because if you hit Option, everything in your group will go to 0. Okay, so I'm going to pan the hat about 60%. I'm doing it audience perspective. You can do it drummer perspective if you're a drummer. So I'm literally just creating a drum mix to see what the live drums sound like. So I'm pulling down the snare bottom here and having a listen. The hat's pretty hot. Folded in the kick there. The floor I'm going to pan 60%. Audience perspective. The rack about 20. Now, that's my basic live drum sound. The kick is a little quiet. You can see the level's not printed that hot. So let's bring it up just a bit more. So that's a good, natural live drum sound with a very minimal amount of mics. I like to hear what we've got before I start doing anything. Like, what is the real drum sound? Don't do anything, you know, that took, what, 2 minutes? I don't just sort of go, oh, you know, this is, I need to put all these samples on, I need to do this. I need to understand the sound first of all before I make that decision. Hat's still definitely live. I'm going to leave it a little hotter than probably normal. Now, obviously, I have created drum samples. And these drum samples up here, for instance, the kick, Here's my 3 kicks. I'm going to put this in, let's go to all here. So you go to all. And I am going to take this out of mute information, and there we go, so we can just see the audio. Okay, so here's our 3 kicks. These were added using Addictive Drums. Now, I've done a video on how to use Addictive Drums using Melodyne. There's Slate Trigger, there's Easy Drummer, there's Addictive Drums, there's Drumagog, and there's also, of course, Sound Replacer. The way I did this is using Addictive. And I like Addictive because so far, having tried out the other ones, so far using Melodyne to grab the MIDI information still seems to be the most accurate one I've found compared with all of them. Now, it's fine because there's a process. If you are a Drumagog or an Easy Drummer or Slate Trigger, those are all fantastic systems. It just depends on, you know, your tolerances, because you might do it and then be used to editing it the way that you hear it. For me, Sound Replacer was always a pain because when I used Sound Replacer, there was 2 kicks or snares very close together. The second was always late. It just never, ever. So I had to get there with every flam, every double kick, you know, and just sit there and edit it. And after a while, that just seemed to be adding like an hour on my drum replacement. So I personally use the Melodyne / Addictive Drums. However, that's not the go-to every single time. Other times I will paste samples in by hand. Now, these samples have been chosen to work with the drums. They're my usual samples, to be honest. I use them quite a lot. But it all becomes about the blend. So let's have a listen to the live kick. It's a tubby kick. Okay, let's hear what samples we have available. That's a good kick. That's from a live kick that I created. Okay, our next one down. Very aggressive, very clicky. Not really a verse kick. Bring it down considerably. Good kick, very ambient, probably quite close to what we have. See, I'm listening really quiet, super quiet. That sounds like the live kick with a little bit more oomph to it. Okay, so before we get too carried away, let's do something. Let us create a master fader track. You can do this right at the get-go. We don't have one yet, so you could have done it right from the get-go. So on an Apple, it's Shift, Command, N. I can also go to Command with the arrow key on the right, go to stereo, and then with the down key, I can select what I need. I'm going to do master fader. I highlighted the click above here, and the reason why I highlighted that is it will put the new track underneath the track that's highlighted. So here's the master fader. So let's have a listen. It's already giving us peaking. So that live kick is really going for it. There's a quick balance of our kick. What I did there is I adjusted the balance so it sounds the way I want it to sound. Got the attack of that sample with the body. Cool. Now, important. Is the phase good? Yes, it is. Always make sure your samples when you're laying the phase is good. There's always an approximation, but essentially it's good. Could that one come back slightly? Maybe. Let's have a look. See the one I'm highlighting here, the green one? Could probably delay ever so slightly. Let's bring it in an L. There's always going to be a little bit of an approximation because look, you'll see the waveforms come up and down. You can really get creative on these. You can use these kicks to really shape the sound, and you're going to see me do it in a little bit. We have a group now of kicks that I like the blend of the sample kicks. So now I'm going to do an Apple G and do kick samples. As you see, I'm just methodically going through this and getting sounds up that I like. Turn my live drum group off. Okay, now I have the snare samples that I created. And here is the 3 here. Now this is the main snare sample, so I'm going to put them by the snares here. Let's have a listen to them together, just because we can. Now with the Addictive, I printed them with the ambience on, so they're stereo files. It's the same with the kick. You can have mono sample kicks and mono snare samples as well, and I do, especially if I'm laying them in by hand and I'm using some of my sample package that I'm sure you guys have downloaded. But the ambient stuff is going to come from a stereo file. So once again, let's make it so that our master is available. So we'll put it, let's pull it down just a little bit here. Okay. I want to be able to see my master fader. In the same way I want to look over to my console and see my VU meter, I want to be able to see this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use these little powered Genelecs. Normally when I mix in a hybrid fashion, I'm mixing through the console, I'm summing everything through there. I've got my big Genelecs, NS10s, and other speakers that I can reference between. But because we're using mixing entirely in the box, so I'm going to be staring at the screen, we're going to go for these little baby Genelecs. They don't have a huge amount of bass response, but it's real world simulation. So for those of you that are mixing, using small powered speakers, this is a pretty accurate way of going. I will say they sound really good and they're very detailed in the mid-range, and they're expensive for what they are. But honestly, they don't have the bottom end that you're going to get in even, some KRKs that are, a couple of inches larger. I mean, these are 4-inch drivers, I think. So anyway, it's going to be fun, but it's real world experience. So let's just check out our samples here that we placed for the snare. Super hot. Let's bring them down. I'm going to create a group for my samples on Pro Tools in Mac if you're using one, Apple G again. So let's just call it, of course, snare samples. Let's bring it in with our live snare. It's pretty explosive. This song is kind of a rock song. I think it's quite dynamic at the moment. So I'm going to go through and listen to my samples. It's got a good ring on it. A lot of ambience. And our last one here. That's very spanky, very ambient. out the bottom snare. Pretty solid sound. It's pretty natural for me. Let's throw in our kick. So I'm bringing up my snare. See, for me, I'm just generally balancing the kit here. What this purpose is this is the non-template mix. This is the mix from scratch, not using a template. So I'm going to bring down the sample kick a little bit. I'm trying to get an even hit between my kick and snare. See, here's my kick here. It's a little louder than my snare. So I'm bringing down my kick sample a little bit. I'm going to bring up my live kick a little bit more. So that to me is like a pretty darn good balance. Now, here's where it starts to get interesting. I'm going to fold in my overheads so you can hear them. Bringing in some good ambience. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing here. I am balancing the kit before I do any bussing or any summing. And also what we're doing is we're creating a mix template. I don't have a mix template, we're mixing from scratch. So far, I like the drum sound, it's pretty balanced, sounds natural, using the samples to enhance the sound. Let's bring in the hi-hat here. A bit hotter. It's interesting how that hi-hat mic is really picking up the snare. Listen to the subtleties here. Take it off. Can make quite a difference. We'll leave it like that for the time being, but we could sidechain compress as well. Some of that bleed out of it. It really depends. Okay, so far so good. Now, before we get too carried away here, here's the big thing that I always do, that you'll see me doing, is I will pull back the snare in phase with the overheads. So basically, one of the biggest issues here is it's almost exactly out of phase. Now, back in ye olden days of tape and consoles, before we had the ability to visually see it as well, all we could really do was flip the polarity. So this is almost 100% out. It's not quite, sorry, it's almost 180% out. It's not quite, so flipping the polarity may bring a little bit more bottom end, a bit more warmth back in it. But really the way to do it for me, and there's many ways of doing it, but I like to use Time Adjuster. Now, the reason why I like Time Adjuster is I'm just superstitious. I like my tracks to remain where I recorded them. I like to always be able to return. I find that once you've got heavily edited tracks, if I'm personally moving them, it's fraught with danger of potentially, you know, pulling one edit point and leaving a point behind. Whatever you choose to do, always make sure that you playlist, that you have a way of getting back to the original source. So this is what I'm doing. I'm going to find the average. You see this peak here? There's a video on Time Adjuster on using it, on getting the drums slamming, so you can double check that. But you see, essentially what I'm doing, just going to go and I'm going to get Time Adjuster here. Short would be fine. I'll go up to samples in here. Now you can do this in any DAW. In a DAW you could drag it back, but make sure you playlist it. I personally bring the snare back in phase with my overheads. I don't worry so much about the kick bleed in my overheads because I'm going to probably wipe off the super lows anyway. So let's try 121 and listen to the snare and the overheads now. Let's do it on both. Let's take out the samples for the time being, so we're just listening to the live snare and overheads. Without, with, a little bit more body comes in. We could probably hear it better still if we just use the overheads and the snare. We're back in. Body's back in. It's just a little sweeter sounding. Now, obviously, whatever we do with the live snare, we've also got to do with the samples. Now, you can bus it and do it, but I'm not. I'm just going to do it on these. These really don't use that much CPU. They don't use them. If you're using an HD or whatever you're using, they're not going to use that much power up. So Time Adjuster is a very minimal CPU usage. Cool. Bring our live kick back in. With our blend, throw our hi-hat back in. Now, there's one thing additionally that I did on this track. I created these grace notes. And I like to do that, to be honest. The way that this drummer plays is he does a lot of these really cool grace note things. Now, the grace notes are, and there's a lot of people call them different things. I call them grace notes, but it's like und, da, brum, ga, and it's just this light bouncing of the stick. Now, what happens a lot with people who, when they gate snares or they do clever stuff or they put in samples like this, is they neglect to pick up that grace note stuff. So I'm going to group these two that I created. And the way I did it was, again, I used Addictive, and you have to sit there and take out all of the other hits. And I like to have them on separate channels so I can treat them differently. So let's create a group. Apple G again if you're in Pro Tools. Snare, sample. I'm really pedantic. Sample grace. You can call it whatever you like. I'm just pedantic and I like to know exactly what it is and not make mistakes. So it's just subtle things. Too loud at the moment. Put the overheads in. See just that little bounce? Let's put the Time Adjuster on those two, so the polarity is good with the overheads. Again, you could put it on a bus if you like, but we're not in busing yet. We're not in the busing world yet. We're creating a template from scratch. Hat in. Cool. So now we have a good old-fashioned drum sound. So the tom trick that I do is this. So what I do with the toms is I gain down the hits between, and then I just crossfade them, so when the cymbal bleed comes in, it's not that audible. So you get, you'll hear it on both the rack and the floor here. Now, it's really, there's a million different ways of doing it. I know people do run automation where they boost up the toms and then fade it down. You can do it like that. You can separate it out. I personally don't get rid of all of the bleed. There's not much in there. There's not much in there. I usually come down about minus 18 dB. The toms are pretty small, pretty tiny in this song. They're very dampened, so I've put on a rack and floor sample here, which make them a lot bigger, as you're going to hear. That is what is known as cheating, but they're nice toms. They're the live toms that from this kit, but better recorded. So that's the actual floor tom from my drum kit. So this is what you do when you're presented with, you know, stuff that has recording issues. This has a recording issue. And a lot of it's to do with the drummer. Some drummers are like, da boom, and they'll play with real definition, and then other guys are kind of like Keith Moonish, and they kind of just sort of flub around the toms. They'll kind of go, and that's when you get like a lot of cymbal bleed because they're just brushing the rack and the floor, like this guy did. Just kind of brushed it around. Wasn't da boom, da boom. It's just kind of. So, you know, samples can be your friends. I have no problem with using a sample if it's going to improve it. And luckily, because the drummer played on my drum kit, I was able to use samples of the toms. So once again, we can get a little bit more anal with these if we've got a lot of bleed into the kit here. You'll see that if I go to the waveforms here, it's pretty out. I mean, we're looking at 93 samples on that rack, you know, so it seems this rack here is a little bit out from the, see, I'm going to line it up a little better. Great. So we can get our old friend Time Adjuster again, and get this at 93 samples, and we can do that on the rack and of course its sample, and then on the floor, let's have a look. It may not be as bad. Oh no, it says it's worse. 158. So let's put this up here. Let's go 158. It's always going to be a little uneven on the overheads because the overheads are perfectly in phase with the snare. Having said that, we're going to pan our floor 60% to the left, and that's where we should be looking for the phase, because it's mainly panned to the left-hand overhead, obviously. So our floor and our floor sample are both panned the same. In this case, 62. Same with the rack. And the Time Adjuster is equivalent. So you see what I'm saying? The overheads are in phase perfectly with the snare, but it means that things will be displaced slightly to the left or the right, depending on you know, the positioning of the kit. You could get away with an XY over the drum kit. A lot of people do that with overheads, so they'll put an exact XY straight over the top of the snare so it sees it evenly, so the capsules are like really close together, pointing like this. That's one way of doing it, and I have done it with 414s in the past because they have those flat capsules and you can get really good. This is just the way in my studio, given the quantity and the pairs of mics that I have, that I like. I'm just using a pair of pencil condensers on overheads. You know, it's really a case of, you know, horses for courses. There's 100 ways to skin a cat, all those kind of things. But the recording, the way I did it here was like that. Just have a listen to the toms and the overheads. That sounds pretty natural. So once again, we have a pretty natural drum kit. So I think we're in a good place now. We've got good phase on our snares, we've got good phase on our kick, all the, basically all the polarities in, and the basic blend of the drums sounds pretty natural to me. So let's have a listen. Now, that's a little bit of a train wreck there, and you're going to find this. Sometimes you're going to want to do a little bit of editing. Listen to that kind of ghost note there. Not pretty. Let's have a listen again. Now, sometimes when something is really far out, you might get a double hit on an edit. So let's have a listen, see. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to put all of the drums in one group. So I'm going to do a little bit of editing here. So we've got a live kick, just basically going through all of the elements here in our drums. There's the live snare, the overheads, the toms, tom samples, and the hats. So now all of the drums that we are using are in one selected. Now I'm going to do Apple G, and I'm going to put drums all. And this is important when you're editing drums. You need to be in group. Everything needs to be edited together or you're going to end up with a horrendous mess of stuff. So let's have a listen again. Yeah, that's horrible. But that's good there. So here's our downbeat. So I like all of that. So I'm just going to literally take this here, the same groove, and I'm going to place it here. Let's have a listen. Great. Okay, so that's working. Let's just zoom in here. Make sure we get a nice blend. So we're putting the nice even. I'm going right up to the front here. I'm putting a crossfade in here. So right to close to the transient because then you won't hear the edit as well. So let's have a listen. Great. So we're getting a little peaking out here on our gain staging. Just a little bit of snare. We'll bring down the live snare ever so slightly. So I'm going to come out of drums all now, so I finish my edit. Bringing down my samples, 0.5. I think it's my overheads. They're really, really live. Super loud at the moment. So going back to my master. Still picking out ever so slightly. Okay, It's occasionally peaking there. I think that it's probably the unevenness on my overheads that's causing most of the issue. If you see that a lot of symbol on that left-hand side, and it's peeking out a little bit on the right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here, multi-mono. I'm going to grab a multi-mono trim, and there it is. Great. I'm going to take it out of link, and I'm just going to trim my right-hand side ever so slightly. Let's come down like let's come down a dB and a half, see what happens, dB 1.4. So we've still got a little peaking out here. So that's with the samples off. So I'm not going to go too crazy because this is occasional transients and we haven't applied any compression or anything yet. Bring down just the live snares slightly and we brought down our sample snares. So we've got a pretty even occasional peak and we have no compression or EQ applied to anything yet. Okay, great. So there's our basic drum balance. So here we have our master here. Let's have some fun with bussing some stuff. So what I've got is my live kick here. And my sample kicks, which are good. I mean, they've got good bottom end. Maybe a little too perfect for their own good. A little too perfect for their own good, but at the same time, the live kick is a little uneven, which is typical. It wasn't recorded with any compression going in. So let's put a little compression on our kick. So there's some basic ones. There's the 1176, the Bomb Factory that comes with most DAWs, definitely with Pro Tools. So let's just see what we get. Here we've got barely any compression whatsoever. I'm going to put the release to the full right-hand side. Let's go to somewhere a little hotter in the song, here, where the kick is digging in a bit. So, tiny amount of compression. Now let's just take our output up a little bit, just to bounce that 1 or 2 dB cut, well, that 1 dB cut. Great. So now what we've done is we've compressed it a little bit. Now I'm going to have some fun. There's not a lot of bleed going on in that, but there's a little bit of bleed. So let's do this. Let us take a nice fast compressor. Okay, so we're going to go to a bog standard, good old happy compressor limiter that comes free with your DAW. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to send from a bus. Let's pick bus 3 here, and I'm going to sidechain it from the snare. So I'm going to take the snare sample, the main snare sample, and I am just going to sidechain the live kick to it. So you ask, why is that? Well, I'm going to take out some of that snare, and also I like the sound of the way that happens. In the kick drum, it gives us a little cool kind of slappy kind of sound. So let's go. I'm going to put it in pre-fade for a moment so we don't need to have it soloed. So now we're going to go and select bus 3. Turn on a sidechain. Isn't that crazy? Listen to where the snare's just gone. So a lot of people gate. I like to sidechain compress something out of it, but I'm going to put the release time on much faster so we don't, if there's a simple, really fast snare going into it. It's crazy how well that works. So once again, I'll explain it slowly. I've taken a snare sample which is super clean. It doesn't have bleed from the live snare. I've then sent a signal from that, from a bus, and that bus is going into a compressor which is on the kick, the live kick, and that's set to a sidechain input from that bus. So I enabled sidechain here. I set up a very fast release time, and as you can see, it's compressing all of the signal on the kick drum that is being triggered from the snare sample. Without it, now, I've also used a much faster release time. Now it's clean. It's really clean. I mean, you can leave some of that bleed in, but I kind of wanted to take it out. I've got my overheads doing that. Okay, so nice little trick. Now you can do a similar thing with the overheads if you want. Let's have a listen to the overheads. I'm fine with it for the time being. We can get a little deeper. If we have too much snare bleed or not the right control of snare bleed, we can do the same trick with the overheads. Okay, let's go back to our drums all and have a listen, see what we've got now. So it's a good natural drum sound. We've barely done anything. We've just got the polarity, got it really good. The phase with the snares in the overheads. We've taken the samples and blended them as naturally as we can with the live snare. We've taken out a bit of additional kick bleed by compressing the snare hits inside of the kick drum, the live kick drum, and now we've got a pretty natural, great sounding drum kit. Now, we have ambience on the kick of the snare, but we don't have huge drum sounds. So this is a rock song. If we listen to our rough mix, or it's not a rough mix, but our console mix down here, listen to the drum sound here.
You know, he's in touch.
So what's the first thing I notice here?
Leaving a trail.
Lot of attack. However, when we were listening to it, one of the things I didn't like was it sounded like the snare was overly, there was a lot of transients. So I'm happy where we are for the time being. I think it's a good start on the drums. Now, what do I want to do to bring in some energy? Well, here's a whole bunch of different things we could do. Let's take our whole full drum kit. Bring down those grace notes, they're a little too crazy at the moment. Cool, so the grace notes are a little bit down there. I think it's a little bit more in keeping. Okay, so there's a bunch of fun things we can do. I think initially what I want to do is just take the live kick and just give it a little bit of EQ now that we've done some compression going in. Let's have a listen to it. It's cool, you know, it's the mic on the front head, So, you know, but it does have a tendency to feel a little, how can I best put it? A little sort of frumpy, a little apologetic. So let's do some fun stuff. Firstly, we can introduce a little bit of high pass gently, like 20. Why not? It's just super, you know, it doesn't need to be there. We don't need to hear 20 hertz. We actually get a bit more aggressive. So we're just gently rolling off that. Now, let's go to about 60 here, which is real super lows on the kick. Bringing out some good bottom air. Now, some of the ugly area on a kick is like 350. There's a couple of problem areas, but let's go for 350 initially. So that go sound. Okay, now there's two areas on a kick that I like as far as the mids are concerned, the mids and the highs. 2.5 I like to boost. So what we're going to do here is we're going to open up a 6-band because we're going to get a little bit more creative. There's no reason to have multiple EQs at this point. We're doing some gentle stuff here. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to do 2.5 here, which of course is 2500 in the real world. And do a little boost. It's narrow our cue just a little bit. Let's have a listen. Without. Let's go to some 7 up here and give ourselves a little. This is all gentle sloping, without, with. So not overly aggressive. Let's pull up some 2.5. There you go. Without. With. Okay, I'm going to go more aggressive on my 60. I'm going to bring my output down. Have a before and after. No, it's pretty even. Anything can come up slightly. You've got to be careful when you're applying a lot of EQ. You can end up really adjusting a huge amount of volume. A little bit like a cardboard box. A bit more like a thumpy kick. Now, it's not massive changes, even though there's a lot of low mids and mids taken out there. The reason why I'm doing that is because I want this to be the air on the kick. So if I add in my samples, you're going to hear like a nice difference. Cool. So we'll keep it like that. We won't get too aggressive at the moment. Now we can start having some fun. So what I'm going to do is, well, let's have a quick listen to our snare before we get too carried away and see if we need to do something similar. Now with the snare, we've got a top and a bottom here. Checking the polarity between the two. It's good. It's definitely good enough. It's important when you're miking a snare that the top and bottom mic be opposite each other, and of course the bottom polarity be flipped. You can do it in Pro Tools afterwards, in your DAW afterwards, but it's always best to record it properly. Now, I have a couple of choices. I can set up a bunch of buses and auxiliaries, or I can do it on the channel. For the time being, I'm going to do it on the channel, and I'm going to mimic. There's a million different ways to do it, but I'm going to do it on the channel and mimic. So let's go to another E6 here. Let's listen to the snare top only. I use the Mac DSP because I think they sound the most natural, and I use them just to give me. I'm going to go down to some of the lows here. So what I've really done there is just kind of like taken the top, then go crazy. Horrible. Before. Again, high pass, don't have to go nuts, but don't really need anything this low down here. Try and keep it out of the way of the kick. Okay, so I'm just exaggerating some lows. On an old Neve, it's like a click or two at like 110, and a click at like 6 or 7 on the top. Nothing crazy. I'm going to do this. I'm now going to copy this down to the bottom snare, have a listen. But I think will be good. I think what's good for that will be good for the other one. Without. Just a little bit snappier. Not a huge amount of things. So my only issue really is now is that when the chorus comes in, you can really hear the live snare. It's great because he's digging in. The overheads. So that's great. He's digging in, but unfortunately in those verses, he's playing a little bit too tentatively for me, just a little bit. So let's do the same thing. Now I have to decide, do I want to bus or do I want to do this individually? How complicated do I want this template to be? Do I want have bussing into bussing into bussing? Yes, you can do that, but at the moment I don't. I'm just going to stay on the channel for the time being. So let's just do the same thing. Listen to the snare top. Again, this is all preference. I just like to keep it organized. And I'm just going to use good old-fashioned free with Pro Tools Bomb Factory. Again, put the release as fast as possible. So, at its hottest point, give me about 1 to 2 dBs with the gain reduction. So let's just bring the output up a little bit. Just to compensate. Put this on the other side here. Let's have a listen now with the snares. Barely touching it, but it's evening it out for me. Because what I've done is I've turned the output up, so now it's a little hotter in general, the live snare, but it's being only really compressing when it gets loud. Not super dramatic, but it's really evening out the snare for me now. Okay, now it's... So you see the pretense there. I'm compressing the hotter signal, turning the output up to compensate. So now when the snare goes into the chorus, it's no louder than it was before it's compressed. But as a benefit, now in the verses, the snare has come up a little bit in volume because the output's come up. So now I get a more even snare. Now it's not massively compressed. I'm not compressing it by like 9 dB. I'm not in a situation where I'm destroying the dynamics totally. I'm just evening out the dynamics. So now the drummer is a better player than he really is because he's not that good. Actually, that's not true. He's not amazing. Now, I'm going to apply this EQ to my Grace Note snares because I want them to feel a little brighter. Let's have a listen. Bring them down a little bit. Also, it's going to help the Grace Notes on the live snare doing this compression trick. So I'm dealing with just subtleties at the moment. Okay, all drums. Let's have a listen, see what we've got. Bringing down my Grace Notes a little bit more. Pretty natural tone. Okay, so next step, we get these drums, we don't have room tones. Now we have ambience from the snare and kick samples that you can hear in there, which is great. But this was recorded in a tiny room with very few mics. So let's make our drums sound bigger. So let's have a quick listen to our snare samples first and see what we got. And you'll see why in a minute. That's pretty ringy snare with no verb on it. That's got a lot of verb, and it's also very EQ'd sounding, very mid-rangey. It's got some good ambience on it. I'm going to leave it as it is. So I'm going to go back to this snare here, which has no ambience. This is what I'm going to do. So I'm now going to create a snare reverb. So in Pro Tools, not sure what your DAW is, but in Pro Tools, Shift, Command, N is new. Command, arrow button to the right is selecting a stereo, and then up and down, auxiliary. So you can obviously do that by just clicking on it. I just like the quick keys. So now I've created a stereo auxiliary channel. I'm going to call it snare verb. Again, I'm pedantic. You don't have to be, but I am. I could do one of two things. I could actually send it from my existing bus, but that's a mono bus. So let's create a new bus. We'll go to a stereo bus. Let's go to 5 and 6. So let's input on 5 and 6 here. I'm going to put this in solo safe. So whenever I solo this track that's going to it, I will hear. So solo safe is Command, or Apple for the old Apple users, Command, and then you click on the solo and it will grey it out. See, it grays it out. That again is just a tip for guys that are using Pro Tools. Okay, so I'm going to select my reverb. Now, a couple of things. I'm going to select my reverb on the second channel. You'll see why in a second, because I may want to compress the signal going in. Let's just use good old-fashioned cheapy comes free reverb. Okay, I'm going to go to a room, medium size, and that gives me 750 milliseconds. As you may or may not know, if you've been watching a lot of my videos, which I assume you have, I used to have a drum room which had about a three-quarter of a second decay. So I'm used to that. This is not a ballad. It's kind of a mid-up tempo, but it's not super, super slow. It's mid-up tempo. It's 65, but it's like, well, you've heard the track. If you've listened beforehand and listened to the rough, you'll know it's a pretty massive rock song. And it gets chaotic in it. I don't want to have a massively long reverb. Now, don't get me wrong, you could have different reverbs for different sections of the song. But let's just find a generic one-size-fits-all for the time being, and it's a 3/4 millisecond. So let's have a listen to what we got. It's pretty cool. Okay, so a couple of things. The snare is turned down quite considerably to blend with the live snare. So the unfortunate thing about that is I'm not sending that much signal. So I could gain beforehand, but what I might actually do is put some compression on it. So I'm going to go back to our 1176. 1176s are fixed threshold compressors. So what that means is to get more compression, you just turn the input up. Here's where your threshold's set. And so until you turn the gain up, it doesn't start to compress. And then when it goes past that point, depending on what your ratio is set to, it will compress more and more. So let's turn it up. So it's giving us more level. It's also just compressing the first transient just a little bit. I kind of like it. It's letting, these are fast compressors, but they're not as fast as modern compressors. So it's letting a little pat, pat go through. That gives me a little bit more aggression on my snare. So, okay, but the proof of the pudding is how does it sound in the track? So let's get all of the sounds together. Starting again from the top. Without. With. I like that. Pretty well balanced. Now, you might ask, why do I use a sample? Well, first of all, I stole it from Andy Wallace. In the mid-90s, he mixed a record that I was a musician on, and he was triggering samples in those days. I don't remember, I think from a 4-at, I don't honestly remember. But anyway, he was triggering samples through the SSL, and he used the sample and used that to trigger, I think, an SPX 90. Anyway, whatever it was either a Lexicon, like a PCM 70 or PCM 80. It was that, or the Yamaha SPX 90, and he just triggered it from the sample. And the reason why? Well, it's cleaner. You don't get all that bleed from the cymbals and everything, and it just gives us more control. Sometimes, and quite often, I will use a sample just to trigger the verb, and the sample is either muted or barely audible. So that's how much I like just triggering the samples. Now the other thing is, let's just go to one of these Grace ones. Let's have a listen. This one looks pretty strong. So let's have a listen to this Grace one that I created. And let's send, that's good. And let's send the verb to that as well. So there's a more uniform snare sound. Let's have a listen. Bring it down. Now, there's moments in this, I'll be honest, that I don't like the feel of that much. There's a couple of moments where he's a little wonky. Let's have a listen here. And this is all part of the process. When you're mixing, you're doing a lot. These days, if you have to tune a vocal, you tune a vocal. You want this mix to sound amazing. So here, let's have a listen. It's pretty sloppy, and I don't know if I can let that go. So I'm in Drum Group All, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to tab to transient. In Pro Tools, it's tab to transient. It's just tab. I'm going to hit the transient here. I'm going to hit B to cut it. And I'm just going to cut it generically here for the time being. And then I'm going to hit Command 0, and that's going to snap it to where it should be on the grid. You don't have to grid everything, but in this particular instance, I want to. Now, again, look at this transient here. It sounds horrible when I listen. It just sounds sloppy. So I'm just going to highlight that region. I did a cut with B, and now I'm going to Command 0 and snapping it back. Let's have a listen. See how that feels now. Yeah, it's pretty horrible because of the hi-hat. So it's really a combination. But so here we're going to go now. I'm going to cut this hi-hat. So I just tab to transient. I hit B, cut. Now I'm going to get Command 0. Put it back in. I'm going to go to my trim tool and put all of this in. Now let's have a listen. Now there's a couple of other moments that are stumbling around a little bit because here he's getting a little happy. So let's just, let's be careful that we don't grid the whatever out of it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to highlight the section. What I do is like, I'll do it slowly. I highlight the front of this, but I'm not going in too hard to the front of the transient because I don't want to ruin everything completely. So I highlight it, I hold down Shift, and I go up to this next area here. And now I take my hand off and I go CV, which is copy paste, and that just cuts it out. And then I hit Command 0. If you see here, it's already just a little bit too much in front for me. So now I'm going to cut it again and just drag it back a little bit. And just, see, I'm doing subtle movements here. You might think I'm being too subtle. Let's have a listen before we put fades in. And see that last one there just is a little too much behind for me. Don't want to cut here. You see where the overheads are? CV, cut, move it forward. I'm actually going to trim the front again. So you see what I'm doing is when I'm editing it, I'm not necessarily going to the front of the transient when I don't want it to be exactly on a grid. I'm just pulling it forward a little bit because it sounds too sloppy for me. Sloppy's good, but there's good sloppy and bad sloppy. So now let's just clean up the edit point on all of these. So you go to the front of that transient down there, and you can do a number of things. You could batch fade, or you can go through individual fades. What I do is I will highlight a region. I'll open up in Pro Tools my Beat Detective, go to Edit Smoothing Only, and just hit Fill and Crossfade here, and then hit Smooth. It says it already has a crossfade in it, so what I'll do quickly is I'll go to Edit, Fades, delete existing fades and redo them. It's a quick and easy way, rather than spending 5 minutes searching for them. Just redo the fade, and Bob's your uncle. Now let's have a listen. Now it's, you know, it's not perfect, but it feels a lot better. And that's part of the process. If you're mixing somebody else's stuff and, you know, you don't want to go through and edit every single hit of everything, because once you edit the drums ridiculously to a track that's been tracked, already recorded, you're going to end up editing the bass and then re-editing the guitars. And then even the vocal feels out. But within itself there, you could feel the hi-hat and particularly the grace notes were just kind of like sloppy and pulling back. So I had the ability there to just move those little things without moving the main kicks and snares, because everything was cut to those, and it just feels better. So that's part of your job. It really is. Now, I'm going to set up, you can do multiple things. I'm going to set up a separate kick reverb. Now, you could use the same one because I'm going to use the same size. However, it's easier for me to have a bus, an auxiliary, that has just the reverb from one instrument on it than multiple things going to it, because when I want to quickly turn up the snare, for instance, which I'm going to, the snare reverb in the choruses, I'm going to maybe turn it up 1.5 dB. I don't want to bring up the kick reverb necessarily. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Maybe it only wants to come up 0.5 dB, and then I'm adjusting the sends going into the return of the verb. It gets really complicated. So I'm going to do the same thing I did with the snare, and we're going to listen and audition the kicks. It's pretty dry, great sounding kick. That's just all click. That's something we'll push up in the choruses. You'll see that in a minute. That's kind of a sloppy kick. Feels like the beat is kind of flip on the front. So I'm not going to use that. So we're going to use our first one here. Okay, so that's going to be our kick. So let's create a new sub. Again, if you're in your DAW, happens to be Pro Tools, Shift, Command, N, Command, right hand arrow, bottom arrow down. There we go, stereo auxiliary created. Try and keep them where all your drums are, so when you're scrolling through your session, your verb for your snare is near your snare. Your verb for your kick is near them. That's just the way I work. Some people put all of their effects in one big blob. I find that a little complicated for my brain. However, you might be different. I personally keep it near where I'm working. Okay, so let's be pedantic. Let's call it kick, verb. And I am going to use the same verb. I'm also going to pull across the compressor is I am using Option in Pro Tools and I'm dragging and dropping it like that, and it keeps it and copies and pastes it. Same thing with the verb. I'm going to turn the compressor off for a second, just so I can have a listen. And I'm going to create a new bus, 7 and 8 for the kick. It's a stereo file, it's pan stereo, so there's a little bit of ambience, so I'm going to keep the send stereo as well, 7 and 8. Let's hit, if I hit Option on the fader there, it goes straight to 0. Let's have a listen. It's nice. Cool, let's turn on a compressor. Doesn't need to be quite so much. Nice though. Let's bring all our drums in. I have such a critical ear. I'm listening to this and I'm seeing some stuff I don't like, hearing some stuff I don't like. There's a flam going on in there in those kicks. Did you hear that? So when our samples were put in, something didn't quite work there. So I could hear it was horrible. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tab to transient, do an Apple B. I'm going to highlight C and V, and I'm going to drag that back in time, like so. Just got to be vigilant for this kind of stuff. This is what happens sometimes when you're putting samples in. You get these issues. Let's have a listen. Nice. See, look, there's all kinds of timing issues here. This is dragged and late, but it kind of feels good. I'm not going to edit something until it sounds bad. I don't just edit the drums for the heck of it. As you can see, there's some sloppiness, and sometimes it sounds great and sometimes it doesn't. And I've got to be aware that instruments were cut to these drums. So if I edit things heavily, I might completely destroy that. That's a little sloppy for me. I'm going to let it go until we hear everything together. So far, this is our drum sound. A little bit too much verb on those grace notes for me. You can probably hear that yourselves. Let's go back and hear them again. Cool. They're also still a little mid-rangey for me. Not too bad. But I'm just going to boost a little. You know what? I'm going to take my slope here and even out. See what I'm doing here? You can do it in all different ways with different plugins, but you see I'm just starting to catch a little bit more gentle slope on that top end, and then I'm going to boost it more. Let's just have a listen to just that drum on its own. Take the verb off. I hear a little bit more bottom snare now. I'm getting a little aggressive. So that's quite a lot of EQ. Now I'm going to copy that over to the other one so there's no phasing. And again, we could bust that together, but I'm not. There you go. You know, I'm going to swap this over and see what it sounds like with the verb being triggered from the more bottom snare sounding one. See all the drums together. I much prefer that. That to me is working much better now. So it's just about, you can see you can tell from the bleed in my microphone, I'm working at super low volumes here so I can hear evenly. There's one hit I missed on these drums here that still feels a little weird. Our hat is good, so it's really just this one grace note that's just a little bit too ahead. Tap to transient, highlight a region here, CV, Command 0, we'll put it back on the grid. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the grid, and the way I adjust that is by where I choose to cut it. Let's have a listen before I put a fade in. And the other one is just too late here. So one was super early and one super late. So let's just make a cut here. Have a quick listen. Go back a bar or two so you can hear. Great. Okay. Highlight the region, Command 8 for those of you using Pro Tools. Go to Edit Smoothing, highlight it here, hit Smooth, and that's a quick and easy way to put my fades in. Great. Okay, so there we go. Now we have a pretty live sounding drum kit. Still a little hot on these grace notes. Sounds a little bit more natural. And I want them to be in there, but I don't want them to sound like they're this exact part, you know, where it's going, it's not that, it should be just kind of felt. Okay, so we've got our drums somewhat in a place now where I can listen to other instruments. It's not as slamming as it could be in some instances, but I don't know what I'm up for yet until I hear other instruments. Now, overheads are definitely a little hot. See how I am? That one kick is just killing me there. It's just far too late for me. So I'm back in all. See how I am? I say don't edit, but if something is just not working, it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna look. You see the hi-hat? It's super late as well. So I'm going to highlight right up until there. Let's go down to... what that is that's a little grace note snare. So let's get that now. It's pretty tough. You see what it's doing is creating a huge gap. So you might hear that edit quite heavily. So I'm going to put a little bit more length on the front there and split the difference. So that the edit, because sometimes if you get crazy on these edits, you can really hear them. If you pull back something and you're creating such a huge gap, you'll get like a double ring on a snare, and you definitely don't want that. If the snare is like, the second half of the snare is appearing twice, you're going to get this kind of gong, gong. Instead of getting a dong, you get a dong. So you've got to be careful with the edits. So sometimes it's best to sort of like move it, tug it towards where you want it to be, as opposed to putting it exactly where it is, and then it sounds terrible. Yeah, that's fine for me. There's sometimes where something is so far out, like if it means that the bass note now is slightly too far behind, I'll push it forward. That's right in a chorus, so I need that groove to keep going. All right, great. So talking of bass, let's go to the bass. Again, we're doing this very methodically. We're not using templates, and the reason for that is this is how I would create a template from scratch. Okay, so now let's move to our bass. So let's go, I'm going to hit Option Solo, and that takes everything out of solo. Now let's hear our bass. So we have two DIs. The reason why we have two DIs is it was only ever recorded with one DI. Here's the DI. Wow. Holy compression, Batman. I mean, it sounds great, but it's super compressed. I mean, you can hear the transient coming through, so we might have to do some work on that. And so we have it duplicated here. Let's just check something out. Let's listen to our mix down here.
You know, he's in touch with this feminine side.
So it doesn't really matter about those transients as much because there's a trem going on it. There's a tremolo effect on the bass, which I really liked. So we're going to redo that, and it will get you to hear, you know, what we can do with it, and we'll keep that on, say, till the pre-chorus. Okay, but we do have two bass signals, and the reason for that is we just duplicated it. We're going to do some fun stuff with it. So let's forget about the trem effect for the moment. Let's just get the bass sounding good. So honestly, it's a pretty darn good tone as far as body's concerned. And the reason why we have the second is for this. So let's go and find our Sans amp, which comes free with good old-fashioned Avid Pro Tools. Like that. So I haven't done an EQ to it. Here together. I mean, that's pretty awesome already. There's multiple things I could do here. I mean, let's do one of two things. First of all, let's group the bass before we get carried away. So Apple G again in Pro Tools, but create a group, just call it bass. Okay, so we're still in drum group, so let's get our drums in. Let's listen to our drums and bass together. Go to a chorus. Now it's interesting. Obviously, all those crazy transients are there, but they're really working well with the Sans amp. I'm not doing a huge amount to that. I do crazy things sometimes on different recordings, but I'm not sure on this one really because it kind of works really well. I already hear things I want to do to the drums in different sections. I can tell you now I'm going to push the click of the kick drum up so it bites more. Probably going to bring the verb up a little bit. Okay, so back to our bass. So the Sans amp's great. So let's try some interesting stuff. Let's put an EQ after it, just because we can. Might even put one before it, but let's start with one after it. And I want to hear, I'm going to use some crazy high pass. Listen to the top end. See, most of the distortion's in this area. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, let's go here and get an EQ in reverse. Go to the 6 because it has a low pass. And I've gone up to, on my SansAmp one, I've gone up to about 217 here. Let's do the opposite. Let's go sharp. Pretty. See, what's interesting about this now, look at the level of the bass. It's brought it down a couple of dB, maybe 3 dB maximum. But all that top end information, which gives us all that ping, ping, ping. Pretty evil bass tone now. So what I've done is I've created this crazy bass tone by getting the bottom end only from the one DI and the second one with the SansAmp. So the bottom end is always there and always consistent. I like DIs in general for bottom end. When you're using amps, obviously they have tons of personality. We don't have an amp here, we only have a DI. But if we had an amp, I would use that for the top end, for the personality that brings out all of that part of the bass that you love. But the DI, usually, not always, is usually recorded with less distortion, has less second, third harmonics or any of that stuff that's coming from, you know, other pieces of equipment. It's the cleanest source and using my best way of getting bottom end. So for the time being, I'm going to go with this. Not going to do anything else. Again, like I keep saying, we don't have a template yet. This is just what we're doing. Okay, so we have all the basics here. Now, I did some fun stuff on this. In the choruses, there's this crazy snare sample that was added. It's actually, if you have a listen here, pretty insane. What it is it's from a track I did years ago for a, how would I best explain, like an industrial track. So. You know, and what it's doing is it's kind of, you know, we didn't edit any snare, so it's fine. If you notice that all the snare hits stayed where they were. So that was good. But I think that, you know, it's there primarily because it gets really dense in the choruses. But we don't need to know that yet because we're not at that section. Okay, so next up, we've got bass, we've done some drums. Let's spend some time on the most important part of the song. The vocalist. So here's the vocal.
You know, he's in touch with this feminine side. leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said.
Okay, so a couple of things. It's pretty dynamic. You know, it's quiet in the verses. If we go to the choruses, I'm sure it's going to be wailing. Here she is here in the chorus.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad, but I know at the end of the song there's some real screams. But this is the main lead vocal. Now what I'm going to do is this time I'm going to create a separate bus right from the get-go. And the reason for that is there's going to be multiple vocals. It looks like we have a doubled vocal here all ready to go, which is basically the same vocal. And I'll explain to you why I did that. And you're going to see why I'm going to do some tricks. So let's take the main lead vocal. There's a doubled lead vocal. So what this is literally the same vocal track, everything doubled. And the way to do that, if you want to know in Pro Tools, is to do Shift Option D and it duplicate. You can duplicate the active playlist, the alternate place, automation, insert, sends, etc. So what this is here's the vocal track, and it's completely duplicated. And the reason why we're going to do this is it's going to be our way of doing parallel compression. So let's take the lead vocal, listen to it.
You know.
It's good. It's a little nasally, some 600 in there, maybe a little stuff. You know, I'm going to treat this completely differently to the way I would when I was mixing through in a hybrid fashion to the console. So it's going to give me a whole different set of results. So firstly, Shift, Command N, let's create an auxiliary for this to go through. So auxiliary input. I'm going to take both these vocals and I'm going to send them out of the same bus output. Let's go to the next one available. There's going to be 9. Let's call this vocal sub. Let's put it into solo safe. Let's take the input and make it 9. Okay, so now we have both vocals going in there, but at the moment we're just going to listen to the one vocal. So let's do a little subtlety we've been doing before, but the first thing we're going to do, the most important thing, is to just put a de-esser across it. So let's go to our dynamics and let's find a good old-fashioned de-esser. So here you go. We're going to use the de-esser. It comes free with Pro Tools.
Such a perfect life.
So it's set in 7K. I'm going to come down to 5-ish.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the
See what you can do? You can listen to the frequency that's offensive. There's not much going on in there. Let's go to the front where she's singing quieter.
He's in touch with this feminine side. He's in touch with this feminine side. You know.
So not a lot. I'm going to search around a little bit.
Got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
Cool. So I'm not finding anything too annoying yet. So let's just keep it available. Next thing I'm going to do is go to some of the louder parts, which seems to be like kind of the pre-chorus area here. So let's take this pre-chorus and let's listen.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
And I'm going to put on a little compression. We'll go to our good old-fashioned Bomb Factory here. Go to the fastest release again.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Try and
Sure,
get-
he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Sherry's myopic, but
So we're getting up to a
fun
maximum of
and
about
psychotic.
3 dBs worth of
Sherry's
gain there. So I'm bringing the input
myopic,
down.
but he's fun and psychotic. Sherry's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Bring the output up.
Sherry's myopic, but he's
Compensate.
fun and psychotic.
So we'll go to a quieter part to the louder part and have a listen.
Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sherry's myopic, but he's
So it's only compressing the super hot stuff there, but it's gentle. It's about 2-3 dBs worth of compression. Okay, next thing I'm going to do, just on this vocal only, is I'm just going to brighten it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a huge amount. Let's go to about 7K-ish.
leaving a trail of deception.
Let's get our slope gentle.
Sherry's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich.
Okay, great. Now, what is the second vocal for? This is what the second vocal's for. Coming here. My de-esser on here. So again, you're going to do Option, drag it down, put my compressor, put my EQ, so it's basically the same vocal setting. However, I'm going to try this.
Sherry's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Sherry's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Sherry's myopic, but
All right, let's have a listen here.
you know he's in touch with his feminine side.
Bringing out all of those breaths, it's exaggerating everything.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
But believe it or not, it's not enough for me. So let's have some fun. Let's go to a big favorite of mine. Let's go to the Arvox and see what that gives us.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
Super compressed.
Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
So it's bringing so much more passion into it. I'm annihilating it.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Now, sometimes if you're not using delay compensation or something, or something like that, depending on your DAW, I will put the Arvox back on the other one and then bypass it.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
Okay, so what we've got at the moment is an incredibly compressed
You
vocal,
know he's in touch with his feminine side.
and we're going to parallel it, so it's going to be underneath the other vocal.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
So we have a cleaner, less compressed vocal going on here.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of
I'm
deception.
actually using just the gain output here to
lies.
control the blend.
Sherry's myopic, but he's fun.
But already it's more even and it's got a lot of passion in it.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
Great. Okay, so now as you can see, they're subbed together. So before we do anything, let's listen. Crazy how that is. We listen. Okay, so just for schnizzle, I'm going to put the bass on. Now I'm going to put the drums in. Now let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sherry's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Cool. So there you go, completely dry with no effects. It's in the ballpark. So what we're doing here is we're getting, now you see the reason why I created that second vocal, I super compressed it and I brought it up underneath. I don't always do it, but in this instance, it seems like the right thing to do. It brings out some of those breaths and some of the passion in her voice. Now, they're combined into one bus. So let's go out. I'm gonna now group them. So I'm gonna call it lead vocal, go figure. And they're now grouped. And let's have a listen through our bus.
You know, he's in touch with his feminine side,
Without.
leaving a trail of deception and lie.
Now, there's some super lows in there, which I may or may not need. I don't really need. So we can do it on the bus here. So we can go to our bus here and select. We can get a little bit more surgical here. So I'm actually going to go for an REQ, and I'm going to go for, let's go for a 4-band. So I'm just going to somewhere around about 100, and I'm sloping it lightly. That's the minimum slope you can do on it.
You know, he's in touch with his feminine
Did it
side,
do much? Not a lot. Without.
leaving a trail of deception and lie.
But anything that just happens to be rumbling, like AC or whatever, has gone. And a couple of those P's maybe.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Okay, so next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to around about 600 and have a listen. So here's a fun trick. I'm sure many of you have done this. Go to the super narrow.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
It's not too ugly.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Trying to find where that nasalness is.
Sure, he's myopic,
There it is.
but he's fun and psychotic.
It's not too bad.
Sure, he's myopic.
It's a little phasey there. I'm going to take this off for a second.
Sure, he's myopic.
Yeah, it's really subtle. It's not a huge deal, but let's do a tiny cut. I don't believe in going too crazy. I'd rather do compounding EQs and compression.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
I don't want it to sound too hollow. It's almost hollowing it out too much.
Sure, he's myopic.
Let's try it back on.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Back in.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Cool. May even just reduce that even a little bit more. Just out of superstition. It doesn't need to be too carved out.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Great. Okay, so now I'm going to add some air up here.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Okay, now I'm starting to enjoy it quite a lot. I'm going to take this de-esser.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Brought the range down.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. You know.
As you see, I have these two de-essers ready to go if there's anything offensive that I'm hearing. I didn't hear anything offensive. So this is like my control of my EQ, where it gets a little too aggressive in that 5K-ish area.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said.
Okay. So again, the vocal's starting to come to life. It's not super, super bright, but I've done some boosting. I cut a little bit of the weird mid-rangey thing, but really subtle.
Touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me. You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich, he said.
Cool. Okay, so I like it. I like where we're at. We haven't gone too crazy on it. I haven't introduced any effects. I haven't gone super bright on the vocal. Next up, I've got my multi-effects that I print, which is the Echoplex.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail
Bring it down.
of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
So that's kind of a cool. It's a slap delay that's distorted.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
So once again, let's blend it with the limited amount of instruments that we're working with at the moment, because our vocal is the most important thing we have.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lie.
Okay, so now if you watch the vocal thickening trick we did, the video on that, let's create a group for those. I'm going to bring this down considerably and then blend it in. So what this is pitch change left and right, and it creates width.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Already too audible.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich.
Without?
He said, love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun.
Okay, so I'm cheating here. I obviously already did those. You can go to the video. We'll give you the link, obviously, for the vocal thickening trick. I'm also cheating because I have printed effects. I have a reverb that I've printed. And the reason why I've done that is I like to have control of it. When you're recalling mixes, a lot of times it gets really, really complicated, especially when printing stems and stuff like that, and you don't have the ability to get the mix exactly the same. Obviously, in the box, it's significantly easier. But because I was printing this initially for a console, I had my reverbs printed. So we're going to create new reverbs as well. But this one, have a listen to this one. So super long one, and an echo reverb. So we'll create these so you can hear the differences.
It's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich.
But it gives me a good idea of what's
said,
coming up.
Love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail.
Cool. So I am cheating. I have two effects there. So let's make them from scratch. So first of all, let's create a vocal verb. Now, what I will do is I'll have two different verbs quite often. So let's create two different verbs. So Shift, Control, N. You know the story, stereo, auxiliary. Now, let's put 2 in instead of 1. And there we have 2 new auxiliaries. We'll call one Vox verb short and Vox verb long. For those of you that didn't know what I just did there, I'm paging through like this by using the command left right arrow here, and I can page through all of the titles. Okay, so now I'm going to send off my bus, my vocal sub. I'm not going to send it from the vocal individually because there's multiple vocals being bussed into it. So we're going to go off our vocal bus. So let's do stereo, 11 and 12. I'm going to use the same send for both reverbs. So now I'm going to highlight those two already, and I'm going to take input, go 11 and 12, and if it's shift option, and both of those will have, see, 11 and 12. I'm also going to do shift option command in Pro Tools and see, highlight both of those. So now what I've done is make both of those solos safe. Okay, we don't need one at a time here. So let's get our first reverb. Now, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come in on channel. I'm going to come in on the second input because I'll probably use a compressor beforehand. So let's get our reverb. I'm going to use good old bog standard deverb and actually like the plate. It defaults to a 1.6 second plate for the short. That's too long for me. So I'm going to pull that down and put that on my longer. And go back to this and go to room, medium, and it's going to give me my favorite 750 milliseconds. Let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side,
I like it already.
leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Longer verb.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me, I'm rich, he said. Let me, I'm rich, he said.
Both together, little much, but this is what we're going to do. So I'm bringing them both down. I'm going to go into grid because it's easier to maneuver.
He's in touch with his feminine side.
I'm going to do some simple moves, at least for the time being. I'm going to go to my chorus. So I'm going to go to my long verb here and highlight, and in the verses, bring it down considerably. So here's the reverb blend.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side,
So my verse.
leaving a trail of deception and lies.
I'm doing really quick stuff here, but this can all be adjusted as we add things, but we're building the song from the vocal up. In the second verse, let's try this.
Come undone.
Okay, so let's make that slope a little bit more gentle on the reverb coming out.
It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail of destruction behind.
Occasional clip on here.
He might be myopic.
Let's go to the loudest part. You should be aware of all these things.
Let me, I'm rich, he said.
Okay, not getting anything there. We'll sort wear it out. An occasional clip is not going to kill me. If it's a transient, it hits very slightly. So okay. So what we did is we did a quick fix reverb there. I've got a short reverb in the verses of 750 milliseconds, and then I've got a longer plate in the choruses. So simple stuff. Right. Next up, let's create another pair of buses. So Shift, Command, N. If you're in Pro Tools, obviously if you're not, that's different altogether. Auxiliary input 2. Okay, and these are going to be our vocal delays. So vocal delay, I'm just going to call it 1. And vocal delay 2. I could have just copied and pasted those first 2 words. TO, vocal delay 2. Okay. Same thing, put these in solo safe. Let's give these different inputs all together. So none of that's doubled up. So we're going to make it 13, 14. So 13, 14. Okay, so we're going to go and we're going to find our old friend Echo Boy. I'm going to put it on the second one down, so in case I want to put some compression beforehand. But I want to hear it first before I make that choice. I'm going to set the tempo by hitting MIDI up here. It says tap tempo, it goes to 1. I'm going to set it to 100% effect because it's on a separate auxiliary. Let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
So let's go to 16th. It's a little bit shorter.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
That's just 1 delay at 16th.
Leaving a trail of deception.
Bringing it down.
Lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unread.
Great. Okay, now I'm going to drag and drop this down onto here. And I'm going to set up a different delay again. This time I'm going to go to a ping pong. Here. Okay, and one side I'm going to set to other way around. I'm going to go to 8th, and this side I'm going to set to quarter note. Mixes on 100%. I'm going to bring the feedback up a little bit, so this is a bit more of a washy verb. Let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch.
Let's make sure the input's set to 13 and 14. That would help.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail.
Far too long for me. So 8th note and 16th.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Okay, so that's completely and utterly insane. Okay, but it's going to be fun. So what I've got is I've got 1 on 16th note, 1 on 8th. That was kind of the closest one at this half tempo. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a dynamic delay. So now what we're going to do is after this, we're going to select a compressor. In this instance, it's going to be a Bomb Factory. Again, why not? Cheap and cheerful, does the job. And we're going to sidechain, so we're going to key it from the lead vocal sub. Let's take, we could take one of the existing sends, but we'll create a unique one so there's not an issue. It isn't going to get turned down by mistake if we're adjusting our send. So we're going to create a unique one. It's going to be 15.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Right. So see what I've done? I'm basically sending from the lead vocal sub to a compressor that is after a delay, creating a dynamic delay.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
So the delay is only really audible. It's audible all the time, but it's only mainly audible after the vocal stops. So it's a great little trick.
He's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Put the other delay back in.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me in.
I'm going to take this down to 32nd, this one to 16th. Let's see what we get.
He's in touch with his feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich.
No, let's go back to the 16th and the 8th. Just experimenting.
He's in touch with his feminine side.
Okay, now with this particular one, Echo Boy, you can get trashy, distorted reverbs and stuff just built in. So I can go for tube, tape, I can go for digital chorus, saturated. Let's see what the saturated sounds like.
He's in touch with his feminine side.
So we'll cheat, let's just go to vocal only.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies.
It's pretty cool. I actually think it could be more saturated, so let's turn up the saturation.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail.
Take off some of the lows.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail.
Now, what is quite fun to do, and I'm actually going to do here, is to put a verb afterwards. So let's go for a long one. So we're going to steal our plate, put it across here. But what we're going to do is we're going to blend it so we can take it off completely.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich, he said. Love me, I'm rich, he said.
Anyway, so it's starting to sound really good. I really like that. Now, a couple of things. When she goes loud, it's killing the reverb too much. I hear like the reverb gets really, really big out of nowhere. So, what does that mean? We left a space at the front of the short and long reverbs here. So, primarily for exactly this issue. So what we're going to do is we're going to put some compression across the reverb. We'll just go gentle. Let's do 1176 again. It's cheap and cheerful, does the job. And have a listen.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
And listen to just this one.
Love me, I'm rich.
So that was the word there. Sure is myopic. So I'm going to listen before.
Of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's
that felt perfect to me. But before it felt like it went, sure is myopic. Have a listen. I'll take it off.
of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Just a little bit too much there for me. Let's have a listen again.
Of deception.
I'm going to turn up just a little bit.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
If we increase the release time, you'll get a little bit of building.
Of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
What I like is that the release time at its fastest comes back and the verb just kind of fills up the space afterwards. You can have some fun. You can get really crazy. You can compress the signal so heavily from the lead vocal that as soon as the lead vocal disappears, it sends a lot of volume. You know, the back end of the vocal could send a lot of volume to the reverb and really exaggerate it. Anyway, so let's do the same thing here on this verb. So just copy and paste it across and see if that feels just as good. We'll go to the choruses.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Before.
Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Cool. So that's just balancing the signal nicely going into the verb. There's some dynamics in the vocal, which are fine, but I don't want them to blow up the reverb and then not have the reverb be good. Okay, so we've had some fun there. Let's listen to the...
You know, he's in touch with his feminine side.
Fun. So we've got a vocal thickening trick. Let's throw that in as well.
You know, he's in touch with his feminine side.
Cool. So all of the effects we have there, we've created ourselves from scratch. Let's put in the bass, put in the drums, and here we have.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me, I'm rich, he said. Let me, I'm rich, he said. Let me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Cool. So the long reverb there takes over. Look, new day. Picking up again, and we're going to listen to some guitars. Let's just go into solo on just those guitars just for a second. Okay, cool. So this is like a phaser guitar part, obviously. Now, if we go back to the rough a second, well, it's not really the rough, but the other mix, shall we say? So, now we haven't addressed yet the tremolo bass yet, but we can get to that in a bit. That's not that important to me at the moment. But what I will say is, with that electric, since it's the only thing playing, I would usually pan it away slightly from the hi-hat, because the only thing we've got with only stereo width at the moment would be the hi-hat. So let's just pan it to the left. Now, I'm going to go about 40 or 50%, say 40%, because I want to create width. So when the chorus comes in, I'll make it go super wide. So let's have a listen. Everything together.
You know, he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash.
Cool. Still clean on the master bus there, which is nice. Still haven't done anything. The tone-wise, frankly, it works pretty well. It's recorded. There's no super lows in that. Without going crazy on it, I'm going to leave it as it is for the time being, believe it or not. Okay, so in the pre-chorus there, you saw these heavies came in. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a couple of fun things here. I'm going to pan these initially at 50%. So we'll go 50 left, 50 right. And let's go into volume automation here. Well, first of all, let's group the two together. So Apple G group, we go heavies, just heavy guitars. So if we go into our pan, well, they're at roughly 50. Now for our choruses, let's go into the grid mode for a second so we know where our downbeat of our chorus is. There it is. Let's go on our choruses. Let's pan them full left and full right. So what will happen is we'll have the pre-choruses come in, and then this will happen. So no effects, no nothing at the moment, just basic. What we're doing here is we're building the song up really simply, really, really stupidly simply. What else have we got going on guitar-wise here? Well, let's have a listen. Stereo pair. Not the stereo pair, by the looks of it. Nice. Pretty insane guitar part, says the guy who played it. No, it's crazy. I like it. So we'll call this, they're called harmonies both, so we'll call it low harm, only I could type, low harm guitar. And this one will be high harm guitar. Okay. And let's do, because these are choruses only, except for, yeah, choruses, breakdown. Let's go full wide on those. So I'm going to pan those full left and full right. I'm not bussing anything yet. Let's just see what we got before we get too carried away. Just kind of just building up the song quickly. And remember, this is the no template version. We don't have a template yet. We're building a song from scratch. So first chorus. So these highs are a little hot. Great. Bring down these heavies a little bit. The two parts, the harmony parts of the chorus coming. So that's pretty good balance. Pretty hot going into our master bus. Occasional peak, but we haven't done any subgroups yet or anything. We're just building the basic mix so far. Okay, that's great. You know, I'm going to go through just quickly and do all my chorus heavies. I'm going to leave everything like it is at 50, and I'm going to do my chorus heavies. Let's get their groups to do pan as well. Okay, so here's our chorus stuff on the second chorus. Great. Okay, so just going to bring down the guitars just a gnats everywhere. See what we got. We'll keep our gain structure a little bit more conservative. Even more. rebalancing it slightly. Great. Okay, next up, let's see what synths we got here. Let's have a listen. God bless America. Crazy. So listening together. Throw in the vocal. Now the first thing I can hear there is this mix is getting denser and denser and denser. There's pretty much everything going now. We haven't done any grouping, any bussing, we haven't done any multi-effects on the guitars or anything like that to give them more width. As you know, I do in other mixes. The first thing obviously is this vocal is in dire need of some automation. Now you can go into clip gain, of course, if you've got clip gain available, or you can use a more intelligent plugin. And one of those we really like, of course, is Vocal Rider. We can use the Vocal Rider, which is going to be where? And here's the Vocal Rider. Now, I'm a big fan of this plugin. You don't have to use it, and I'm going to show you how not to use it as well, but here's the Vocal Rider in action. So at the moment it's set just to compress. But I can use it to do the opposite. So look here, right? You build your perfect life too close to the sun. So it's doing here, it's great. If we go to this phrase here and do a before and after, you'll see what wonderful things it's doing. Here's without it. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. And back in. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Build your perfect Cool, so it's evening things out quite dramatically there. Now, however, you can, let's see if it's clipping the plug in here. Okay. We've got the explosion stuff going on. How crazy is that? We'll mute that for the time being. That's a whole other bunch of snizzle that we've got to get into. So we're going to turn off all this additional stuff here, which we haven't got to yet. Okay, so let's go to the top of that chorus. Cool, so the vocal rider's doing its job. It's a little, to be honest, it's a little rough and ready for me at times. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it in bypass for the time being, and I'm going to do some actual hard work here. So what I like to do is I like to automate the vocal, and you can do this with clip gain if you're in Pro Tools. But what we're going to do is we're going to automate it going into a compressor. So just for you and me, this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to use another RVox because I'm a huge fan. So we'll put the RVox across here. Obviously, we're not going to use it in such a dramatic way. Let's use it a little bit. Let's have a listen.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Cool, and you can hear the dramatic changes there. So what we're going to do is we're going to volume automate into the compressor. Now you can do this in clip gain, but with volume automation on any DAW. It's pretty logical what I'm going to do. I can get really detailed if you like, but we're going to do big broad strokes.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
So let's make sure that this is feeling. I'm going to come up like 3 dB here and make sure it's feeling it's in your face the whole time.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Great.
Such a perfect life, I hope you're
Watch the amount of gain reductions, keeping even.
You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
So it ducks too much there.
So
we'll come up about 3 dB again.
You build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Cool, so that's just some basic volume automation. Now, I believe, did we copy and paste these choruses over? I don't remember. But let's have a listen. I'm going to go through it quickly, doing the same thing. No. So these are different choruses.
You got your perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. You got your perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. You got your perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
All the time, just listen. You got a visual cues and you got your ears.
Your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way. Life too close to the sun.
Nice.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
A little aggressive, you heard the way a little bit too much, so I'm going to split the difference. See there, it just sounded like it was too loud, too in your face.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life.
Nice.
Such a perfect life. 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 Let me unwrap. Such a perfect life. Let me unwrap.
All right, so it's a little time consuming, but it's worth it. It's not as crazy as it could be, but it's what I like to do. So that's the main bulk of it. For the time being, we'll stop at that, but I'm just taking those phrases. Now, let's listen to the front.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side.
A little effective for me.
Of deception and lie.
Take that long reverb down a bit.
Sure he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unbridge, he said. Let me unbridge, he said.
So I'm bringing down some of these delays, etc. in this first verse. So I'm just going to like keep it cleaner in the first verse and then bring the effects up, keeping the short reverb pretty much where it is. It's more about the delays. It's getting a little washed out, and I took the long verb down. Maybe I'll push it back up again. See, I'm clicking here on the way the pre-chorus comes in. Let me bring it up a little bit there. Even bring it down a bit more. Let's have a listen.
You know
It's great.
he's in touch with his feminine side.
Nice.
Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
So the delays are still there. I like it. A little bit more delay, more effects than the original mix, but I like it.
Let me unbridge, he said. Let me unbridge, he said. Let me unbridge. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Built a perfect.
So I think this is me. Yeah, so it's me singing. So what I'm going to do, it's super compressed. I'm going to bring this down so it's barely audible and just bring it up underneath for the time being.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Such a perfect life out there.
So that's like this crazy, weird vocal. So why don't we do something stupid and weird and crazy with it? Let's just make it the texture. So I don't know, let's go to some stereo stuff. First of all, you know what? I'm just going to trash it out a bit. So if I go to harmonic, one of my favorite plugins is Lo-Fi. It's cheap and cheerful. It's just a cheap distortion saturation plugin. So let's just turn it up.
Such a perfect life.
Now, as you can see, this was recorded super hot, like ridiculously hot. So we're going to put a trim across it before we even go into the plugin because it's just crazy. So let's bring this down. I don't know.
Such a perfect life.
Great. Okay. Let's have some fun with it. And I don't mind doing all the effects on the vocal itself because this is not like a pure sounding vocal. So let's go in here and it's fine. You know what? I really like the H delay. I just do.
Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life.
So I've got the depth on barely audible on like 1 and it's still already modulated, but so much fun. Isn't that awesome?
Such a perfect life.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
There's some top end I want to get rid of, so I'm going to low pass it. See if I can make it a bit narrower.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
I like that. It's just a crazy energy.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect
Now I'm going to make it,
life. I hope you're having fun.
bring the effect down a little bit.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
Cool. So it's got to the point now where it's barely audible. It's audible enough and it's just in there to add some craziness and excitement. Okay, great. Now there's a whole bunch of harmonies here. Let's have a look what we got going on. So we've got, first of all,
Such a perfect
doubles.
life out there.
So here's a straight double, first of all. So I think for a double, we've got quite a lot of distortion and stuff going on, so we probably don't have to get into the world of distorting it. I'll probably treat it pretty similarly to the lead vocal. Maybe let's just put on some of the effects and some of the EQ. Let's put on just our compressor here.
Such a perfect life.
Bit of the top
out
boost and the
there.
bottom end cut.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
Here's the reverbs.
Build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Nice.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
It's a little wrong, but it's okay.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Just sticking out the vocal.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're
Cool. Now we undid one of the BVs here, so let's have a listen to that.
such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life.
Those are dark. Let's pull them up a little bit. Those are dark. Not really going to complement the vocal that much. Let's put it up here so they're in where I can work and see them. Let's go underneath the synth here. They need work. They need EQ. Now, there's a couple of things I can do here. What I'd probably do is I'm going to have them really hard left and hard right in the choruses to add some width. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to, instead of like doubling up my plugins, I'm going to immediately go to a bus. So we do our Shift Command N for those of you in Pro Tools. Let's create a stereo auxiliary. As you can see, I outputted it already to 1718. So I'm going to input this to 1718. Going to solo safe it. Going to name it Chorus BVs.
Such a perfect life.
So they're a little rough and ready, but I kind of like them. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just slightly compress them. So we'll go in and we'll use our good old Bomb Factory.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Great.
Such a perfect life.
And that kind of helps where it falls off there. Okay, so next up, now that we've evened them out a little bit, let's just go in and, I don't know, let's grit them up a little bit. So I'm going to go back to my harmonic, I'm going to go to lo-fi, and I'm going to put on just like one click of distortion.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
So it's like 3%, 0.3%.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
There's not really much I need down the low.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
Also, I don't want that huge build up down there.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
Take the output down so we're not overdriving the
Build your
input.
perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Cool, sounding good. Okay, now I don't always advocate this, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to put the effects on the BVs here. I don't always do this. Sometimes I have multiple ones. But because, you know what, before I do that, let's go into the second set of background vocals that we have, which are down here, which are the higher ones. And these, I believe, were built with Melodyne. So they're going to have a texture all of their own, should we say. So let's call these high BVs. We'll give them a listen on their own.
Such a perfect.
Oh, it's me. Okay, so let's do this. Let's fold these into the same backgrounds and readjust our compressor. But they're going to be lower, so I'm going to group her. So BVs chorus. Okay, so let's do this. Let's bring mine down and blend them in.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life.
So I'm going to rebalance them.
To the sun.
Bring hers down a little bit.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Interesting harmony. Okay, I like it. Unfortunately, mine are a little dark. I don't want to set up another bus, so I'm just going to get out my old favorite and go to the Mac DSP and just grasp the Mac DSP. I'm going to do some really generic, quick top end boost like this. Get the slope, smooth it out a little bit. Let's have a listen, just one at a time.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
All right, let's bring it up.
Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Nice.
Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. You build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Cool. Okay, so it's kind of fun now. Now, what else we're going to do on this is we're going to do, like I was explaining a second ago, I wouldn't always recommend it, but I'm going to do this. We're going to stick effects on this chorus BV's bus. Usually I have an independent set of effects for those and I send it to it, but because I know what's going on this, I can see there's not a lot of backgrounds on it, I'm not that worried about it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to choose, I'm going to choose a delay first. I think I'll go to our old friend Echo Boy. And I'm going to blend this with everything playing with all the vocals. I'm not just going to solo the vocal. I don't need to. I'm going to listen to it together. So first of all, let's go to obviously to the groove. I think just a single echo is fine. Let's go to 16th note. I'm going to go on to 0, dry, and slowly bring in the delay. Perfect life, I hope you're having now, I like this. I can get like tube tape or cheap tape, saturated a bit. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. I like that little aggression. Now I'll go and get some just good old-fashioned D-verb. It's going to be a complete wash at first. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Second with reverb. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Now obviously going through all these effects has brought them down considerably. But also, why not even it out a little bit? So now I'm going to just copy this across. So I'm using now 1176 on the end. Take the input up. There we go. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. All together. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. So it's getting really dense. Cool, but it's getting dense. So before we start pushing drums up, let's get our blends a little better. But I'm still hitting the thump of the kick. Little reverse cymbal there. Cool. So I know I'm the original producer of this track, so this is going to be interesting, but the producer, which was me, supplied this additional heavy snare that we were listening to earlier. So let's just take it. It's on at minus 11.3 here. We brought it down when we were listening earlier. Let's see what it sounds like in. Without it. In. Kind of cool. So cool. Now I'm liking where it's going. I do think the harmonies, my harmony in particular, is too hot for the track. So let's bring it down. Bringing down the overall harmonies. And I think that this crazy part could be even more washed out. Again, so let's just take that reverb here, just steal it from over here, just copy it, put it on. So we just copied it over. Make it longer. Haven't dropped any of these sound effects things in yet. We'll leave those till later. All right, subtle things I'm noticing. We brought in that extra snare, which is adding a little bit more aggression, but I'm lacking the definition of the kick. Now, if you remember when we were talking about it before, we were talking about listening to these as different kicks, and some of them are more aggressive than the others. That one in particular is very aggressive. So why don't we do this? Let's go in. Let's bring that up subtly. So I'm just going to spitball it just because I'm used to it. I'm going to bring it up 6 dB. So we're on the verge on our master bus there. Our gain staging is just a little bit too crazy. So let's have a listen again. I don't think it's my kick so much as these enormous amount of guitars and backgrounds. This is one of the... Rebalance this. And the synths. Wow, they're massive. All right, with those massive synths. Still pretty hot. I think my crazy guitars can come down over. So I'm liking it. It's all good. Bounces are good. Right, I'm going to get critical on it now. I'm going to wait for these explosions and all this kind of stuff here. We're at a good starting point. So, you know, we're an hour into a mix or so, on a typical mix if I wasn't describing everything. So now, and with no template. Now, what are the things that bother me? Well, the things that bother me is that the kick is a little stodgy. It's a little, in general, it's a little... So all the drums. It's nice. And it's good that we're, in this first chorus, we're pushing this more aggressive kick. But this is what we're going to do. So we're going to, first of all, let's just make these smaller so we can see. So here's all the drums. We have a kick verb. So why don't we do this? Let's come out of all drums for a second. And let's do something with our kicks. So we're going to get a little clever here. I think first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a drum bus. And when a drum bus means we're going to put this other sample in as well. So I'm going to pull this up and put this under by my snares so that there's some logic for me. You don't have to have the master where I'm having it. Some people at the bottom, some people at the middle, some people at the top. It's just where I've got it at this moment. Okay, so I'm going to leave this snare. Okay, so I'm going to grab all my drums. So go back to drums all. I'm actually going to add this snare now. So go to all drums. And I'm going to throw in the snare. Okay, so I'm going to add it in. It's number 9, number 9, number 9. Okay, so that's now going to be part of my all drums group. Okay, great. Next thing, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take all of the drums with the basic mix we got at the moment and go, we'll go 1920. Okay, Shift, Command, N, new bus, auxiliary input, solo safe. Drum sub. Dun, dun, dun. Input 1920. Also, let's feed our verbs in there so they get compressed and all that kind of stuff as well. So all the drum information is now going to go through a stereo bus. We resisted doing it for a while, but now we're doing it. And this is going to be part of our template in future. Cool. All right, so there's our drum sub. Now, we're going to get a little creative here. Before we go to our drum sub, we're going to process our kicks. So now let's go out of drums all for the time being. And let's create just a kick group. We're going to do it in stereo because we've got some ambience and some unambience, but I'm going to do them all together. I'm going to process them all together. So now we've got 2122. We're going to create kick bus. And that is going to go to 1920. So it's going to come in 2122. So this is a little step between us and the drum bus. You're going to see my voyage of discovery here. There's quite a few things I do, and we're just going to do them as we go. So now we're going to go to, and I'm explaining a process because I could start off like this, but it would confuse. So, but I'm not going to. So let's have a listen to the kicks. It's good, there's just a little stodginess. So let's find some of that 350 and pull it out. Already more definition. Let's go to good old-fashioned 60. Lots of bottom end, too much. Now, 110, 100, 110 is always a problem for me on kick drums. There's a build-up. There you go. And also the bass likes to live a little bit down there. Why not? Let's go to 7K. Whoops. Let's go to 7K. Oh, there you go. Now, just for schnitz and schniggles, I'm going to throw in my bass. I'm increasing compression going into my kick verb. Nice. Great. All right, next up. Well, you know what's next up. It's the snare. So let's go in and do a similar thing with our snare here. So here's all of our snares. They're all going to 1920 at the moment, which is where ultimately we want them to go to the kick bus. Let's go to 2324. Let's create a new bus, stereo, and you know what we're going to do. Go to solo safe. We're going to call this snare bus. We're going to make it input 2324. And we're going to output it 1920 to our main bus. Let's have a listen. Great. And that includes all of our snares, including our ringing one. Let's bring our snare verb down, just for clarity, just so it's underneath the snare bus. I just like the organization that it brings, like having things together, like naming things properly. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Now what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the Transient Designer to work on my snare. Snare attack. Already. Now I cranked the send going into the verb by using the compressor for it. Now what we've done here is we've done some fun stuff. We've helped ourselves out because now we have an overall snare and overall kick summing, which is great. So it means that if we want to just turn up the snare in a section and we like the balance, we just turn it up. We don't have to grab all those individual elements, which is really useful. Now, let us try something. So our drum bus has nothing on it yet, no compression, no EQ. There's an occasional transient snap there, probably from the snare. I'm not going to do anything yet because it's occasional. But what I am going to do is put a little bit of compression over that, but I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive. Now, there's a few things we can do. I personally like just keeping it light, so on our main one, and I'll show you why. Let's just go to, you know what, let's go to analog channel. Big fan. Let's put the analog channel across it. So it's a gain reduction so we can see what it's doing. Let's bring down our snare bus ever so slightly. I think what we should do is just turn the output gain down slightly, because what's happened is that attack has added some more gains. We'll bring it down a little bit. Now it's not clipping. So the roll-offs here go 20. Just a little gain reduction. It's already more aggressive and more exciting sounding. But I'm going to do some global EQ now. So we'll go back to a good old-fashioned Mac DSP. I just like the way it sounds. As you can see, I do lots of detail work with the wave stuff. It's fantastic for that. Go back to good old 350. Go around about here. Still hearing a little bit too much thump on the kick. I love the thump, but a little bit too much hollowness on it. So let's go back. It's good when this kick is pushed up, this kick blend. So before I do anything else, I'm just going to do that. It's at -6.7. So let's take this off and bring the whole thing up -6.7. I just like the blend better. I'm going to use it for the whole thing. We can always automate the kick even more, or we can add, we can add EQ to it. There's all kinds of things we could do. So let's just go around, you know what, let's leave it here, see what it feels like. A little extra wouldn't hurt. There you go. Like that aggression. Maybe just tuck it down just a gnats in the verses. So I'm going to bring it down another dB here. Let's have a listen. Cool. So there's always a bit of listening to do. So let's take everything out. Let's have a listen to this.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Cool. So what we've got now is we've got a drum sound, which I much prefer. I think that we've got to do a couple more things to the drum sound in general. Let's go back to drums all so we can just solo it. I can stand some more snare verb. Great. Great. Okay, so a couple of things. I'm going to use an L2. I'm going to put the L2 across my drums. Bring the threshold down. Output ceiling down. I want to completely overload my bus. There's my bus up there. You're going to see again. I like what this is doing. All together. Great. Now, here's some fun things that we can do. Let us do this. So go Shift, Option, D if you're in Pro Tools. What does that do? It completely duplicates everything. So now we're duplicating the bus. Dun, dun, dun. You say, what is that? Well, this is what it is. We're going to do some insanity. So we'll call this Drum Sub Crush. So I like the way you can brighten it like that. It's fantastic. All right, that's cool, but it's not what I want. So let's experiment. Okay, so I'm going to go, what do we have that has a lot of super fast attack and release? Let's just go to, let's go to the R-Comp. Good old fashioned R-Comp. Let's have a listen. Let's pull this ratio up, pretty hot, and bring this threshold in. There it is. Fastest attack, fastest release. Put the EQ back on. Last but not least, let's pull down the L2. So it's a drum crush just for insane energy. Together. Without. Cool drum sound. In. Big, dirty, roomy, disgusting drum sound. Let's go look at our master bus. Get a little insane. I'm just going to use my L2, take my ceiling down on both of these. Great. Cool. So it's getting a little crazy on the bus there. So we'll start readdressing things. Okay, so the energy's there now. Now it sounds like a big, disgusting, horrible rock drum track. In just the way it's supposed to. Bring in the bass. See, the secret really has been is to do this in stages and just build the drum sound so it sounds good, add more things to it, see what it needs. Now, obviously, I've done this a million times before. So I could sit there and I could create all these buses and all of these subgroups and all this kind of stuff, but it wouldn't show you any of the process of how I got there. So this is the whole point of this, is to break it down and how I mix and how I first mix songs and everything. The point is, once you've done this, you can have a template. You can create your own template that works for you. But these are kind of the tricks that we all use. Every single mixer I know has a transient designer and is using a transient designer within reason. You know, that kick is pretty massive. If you want me to be really honest, I think I probably am going to stick a transient designer on that now. So let's just, it's huge. I love it, but it's probably just a little bit big. Let's go find the transient designer on the dynamics. Here it is. Let's just make that just a little bit smaller. So you can control the sustain and the attack. output down a little bit. First, let's go back into drums only for a second. You know me, I don't like to listen in solo all the time, but that's great. Without, with. Love it. Great tool. Great tool. And I'm going to bring those outputs down just a little bit before we get too carried away, because we start trying to match this drum level and everything, it's just going to end up with pure distortion going into the bus. Just a tiny bit of peeking out there. Bring it down a bit more. Gonna do it on my L2. Whatever soft limiting you're using. There's not a huge amount of limiting going on. On the Drum Crush, there's probably 3 dB of limiting. On the Master, not really anything. In that case, I'm gonna make it be a little bit more. Maybe a dB. Great. Go back and check our master. Clean it. A little peeking out still. Coming down half on that. Couple 0.2, 0.4. Okay. Pretty happy with those blend for the time being. Cool. So I'm going to go back to the bass. Let's go, we can stay in the chorus for a second and just listen to the bass on its own for 1 minute. I love it, but I want it to be more of what it is now. So let's do the same thing. So we're going to take a bus output, which in this case is going to be 25. Next up. Next up, we have number 25. Okay, and we're going to create one mono auxiliary. Doesn't need to be stereo, obviously, it's just a bass. And we'll send it to the master bus. We'll call it bass sub, obviously, or bass bus, depending on what you want to call it. Okay, make that 26. And you're going to find, we'll do some pretty similar stuff. I'm going to use our old friend multiband. But first of all, we're going to control going into it. So we're going to get an REQ because it's cheap and cheerful, does the job. I like the way it sounds, it's basic. So we're going to go at 65 or 60 and just do a soft roll off. So there's going to be some 60 in there, but it's just getting out of the way of the kick. So let's have a listen. Cool. Now we're going to go to our multiband. Choose the MC2. As you know, I use the Mag DSP, all the Waves multibands. So we're going to do a usual trick. Going to go up to about 250. take that out. So I'm just going to get the bottom end and compress it like crazy underneath. And bring it back up. So it's even, take it out solo. It's like having my own independent bottom end control. Bring in that So I just brought that industrial snare down a little bit. So I like it, I like the bass tone now. If anything. There you go. All the grit's coming back. Now it's got some bite in the track. Okay, so post, let's do something. I like doing multiple things with different things, but here on an R channel we can do 3 or 4 things at once. So on the R channel, we're going to go around about 750. Set a narrow Q. See, it just turns into a nasty precision. Off. Good, but now we've done a lot of bass boost, so I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to bring it down lower. So I'm passing some of the super lows. Okay, let's go here and do 110. I like a little 110. We cut some of that out of the kick, so hopefully we'll get a little bit more fullness. Okay, now we're going to bring in the comp here. Bring up the ratio. Speed up the release time. Bring the output a little bit for the gain reduction. Great. Bring in our heavies. Go back to our master bus. Make sure we aren't destroying it. We probably are a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we're close. So why not just rebalance just a little bit? There's enough room to bring our drums down a tiny bit. So, let's go listen to my guitars in solo, these heavy ones, for a second. So it's not a lot of like super lows blowing it up there, but let's do a little bit of control. So again, we're going to create a bus. So 2728 is going to be our heavy guitars. And the reason why we're going to do this, I just want to create a nice EQ setting that works well for this, because this is a big guitar sound and it's going to fill up the choruses. So we'll call this heavy guitar bus. LC solo safe. We'll go into 27, 28. So this is what we're going to do. Let's take the R channel, which I think will do everything we want it to do, and use that. It's kind of an all-in-one. You can use Digidesign or the Avid channel strip, whatever you might do. But this is going to be fun for us. So what I'm going to do, throw the bass in. They do lock together nicely. But just as a precaution, I'm going to go up. So here's our choice. Do we let the bass fill in that bottom end on its own? We find that point where they cross over. There they're sort of gluing. So what I've got is I've got about 120. I'm going to come down a little bit more. And this is not a really steep high pass, it's a very minor high pass. Down a little bit more. It's subtle, but I like it. Let's throw in the drums. Drums can come down more. Nice. So we're cleaning up some lows there and some low mids, not too crazy, but just enough to get the kick some definition, keep the guitars heavy. Now, let's go around about 2K. What I'm going to do here. Where it's super aggressive, I'm going to boost it. Try and link it more with the bass. It's too much for me. That's why we always go backwards and forwards. Bypass. Bass and guitars are glued. Now it's just adding a little tiny bit more excitement on those guitars. We did a little 2K cut, a little 5K boost, some low shelving. There you go, subtle. Now, there's no real need to compress this is super heavy, but we'll put a tiny amount of compression. After, before, before, after. Cool. Now, I'm keeping it pretty full bandwidth because I might end up chopping some more stuff out of that. You're going to see why. Because when I add these other guitars in, and I might want them to, you know, to fit them in, they might have to get a little crazy. So let's just add these other guitars in first. So that's like a... Let's hear them on their own for a second. Real mid-rangey. And then there's these. I'm going to make one bus for both parts, just because they kind of are one part. They're not a 12 string, but they've kind of got that feel. So we're going to bus those all together. And we're going to call this chorus melody guitar. Okay, so this is our chorus melody guitar. Yeah, of course, that's going to go here. So listening to these, I like them. They definitely don't need any more additional compression really at the moment, but they might need some detailed stuff. So I'm going to steal the AR channel. I'm going to bypass everything for the time being. And of course, what I'm going to do is put our heavies in, my bass, of course our drums. Now, on the R channel on the heavies, before we get carried away on these other guitars, I'm going to get aggressive on the top end. So the R channel only has 4 EQ points. Maybe your particular channel strip will have more. So we're going to have to do this. So let's get rid of some of that fizz. It's also helping out my other two guitars, especially this high one here. Great. There's probably not a lot of information down the bottom end there. Let's have a listen. I mean, nothing going on down there. I want to see if we can get a little creative. So here's a little 2K boost. Listen to this. What did we cut here? It's just the synths folded in a moment, nothing extra. Don't need as much of this long verb.
Perfect life out there in the sun.
Delays in general can come down. I'm going to bring them globally down. Get more aggressive on my compression. Okay, let's go and listen to what we have here. So, we have a better mix. This is huge, it's great. Now there's a lot of low mids going on. Kick's massive. Might blow up the mastering engineers. Let's go on a little low mid hunt. Just being cautious. Barely doing anything, but just me being a little cautious. Now let's just do the bass. Yard channel. Yeah, let me come up just a little bit. Soften the curve a little bit and come up a little bit higher. A huge bottom kick. Bass is right on the verge. Still have no compression or EQ or anything on the bus yet. We'll address the bus in a second. There's my kick bus. Come down to my boost a little bit. And I'm going to change this REQ4 to an REQ6. So I'm just going to move this 60 over to here. So let's make this 60. Go 3.14. 4.1. So now I've just copied what's going on in there. And obviously that's going to boost up. Now what I'm doing here is I'm going to go down to like, say 40 here. You know what, let's just make the slope gentle. Maybe like this, bring that boost down. Less 60. Bus is being hit too hard. Bus is still being slammed. Let's find the culprits. Just going to brighten my snare bus up just a little bit. I want to hear a bit more bottom snare. go to our old friend filter bank here. Go to the 4 just in case I need to get a little bit more surgical. Okay, great. So look, I've done this gentle slope here on the high EQ. Here's without it on the snare. I'm listening to all the drums together. I'm not soloing the snare on its own. All the drums together. I mean, it's a lot of EQ boost, like 5+ dB, 5K gentle slope. It just sounds good. There's still some low mids around. They're a little annoying. And I've cut them out of the whole drum sub, but just for schnitz and schniggles, just want to see what's going on in the overheads. It's a little boxy. I don't know if I need to brine them at all. I think they're good. It's just because we can. Let's just see what. And maybe I'll give them a little bit of air. You know, it's not doing a huge amount, but I kind of like it. Maybe just some air here. Four. It's just cutting a little bit of low mid energy. I'm actually going to turn them up slightly, very slightly. So I'm just doing a tiny amount more EQ to it, a snare. So listen to the snare. There's no hi-hat playing there. Let's go to where the hi-hat's playing. I think what's good for the overheads is going to be good for the hat. Oops. So let's go back to an REQ4 here. See this, I've heard people do this on hi-hats, it's far too aggressive, but. So I like everything I've done, I'm just going to relax it. Relax it just a little bit. It's not quite so cut to pieces, not quite so boosted. Throw it into the drums. Cool.
This family inside, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's my outbreak, but he's fine. You know, he's in touch with this family inside.
So it's getting good.
Leaving a trail of deception.
Okay, so a couple of things. Well, we'll get into some more automation in a minute, but
he's in touch with this family inside. Leaving a trail of deception.
put the difference on the hat.
Sure, he's my outbreak, but he's fine. You know, he's in touch with this family inside. Leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Vocal's still not quite in my face like I want it.
But he's fine. You know,
So let's go back to looking at our RVox here.
this family inside.
I think in general this can all come up.
Of deception and lies. Sure, he's my out. You know, he's in touch with this family inside.
Nice.
Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's my outbreak, but he's fine and psychotic. Let me unleash.
And here's the downside of bringing up the hi-hat. It was nice in the verse on this pre-chorus style.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life.
Let's go. The hat can come down a little bit before then.
You know, he's in touch with this family.
But where it goes open here, we're going to get into some detailed automation here. It's just too much.
Deception.
I'm going to go to this area here. I don't mind the hi-hat. Come down 3.5 dB and see what it feels like.
And psychotic. Let me unleash.
It's also
Let me unleash.
peaking out here.
He said, let me unleash.
Too much boost on the high end. So let's get rid of that clipping. I don't want that clipping, especially at high frequency.
Psychotic. Let me unleash.
Occasional clip.
Let me unleash. He said, let me unleash.
Yeah, it's an occasional clip. Do we want to live with it? No, not really. Let's get rid of it. So I'm just going to relax my boost a tiny amount. Also going to bring it down.
Psychotic. Let me unleash.
There you go. Okay, so that's that solved. All right. Okay, so we're in good shape. We're starting to really come together on the song. All the basics are there. Okay, next, there's some crazy overdubs that we did just for excitement factor. One of those was this riser synth. So first of all, let's hear what it sounds like. It's pretty dangerous. I like it. Dangerous in a good way, you know, like Iggy and the Stooges, kind of what the heck was going on there? Okay, so brought it down just a little bit more. Cool. Let's see what our overdubs here are. This DP explosion, this is crazy. So let's bring that down dramatically. But we'll bring the two cymbal crashes down. I don't want to fold these into my master bus on my drum bus. I just think they'll just destroy the drum bus. For the time being, I like them. They can come down a bit more. I think I might put some room tone on them and make them feel like they're a bit more part of the kit. But we'll get to that later. Okay, what else we got going on? We got we got backwards cymbals. We got a backwards cymbal coming out of the chorus. Just start with that down dramatically. There's another synth riser here. Let's just start with it down dramatically.
He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said.
Okay, we've got to get the hi-hat here.
He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
So what else is going on the top of that chorus? Oh, the kick explosion. That can come down dramatically. Another effect. Ah, here it is. Go back, that can come down dramatically. Fun. That kick explosion can come down more.
He's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash. Such a perfect
Cymbals are huge there, they don't need to be that big. So we're going through the song now just to find some of these little tearaway craziness. Here comes the guitar solo. It's me. The hi-hat's out of control. Pretty crazy reverse, but I kind of like it. Let's go and see our master bus. This could be funny. Yeah, it's pretty crushed. All these extra guitars. It's on the verge. I mean, it's actually not as crushed. It's peaking, but it's not completely red slammed, which is kind of nice to know. So we're going to do a real rebalance. Let's do a little rebalance, and then we're going to take a break, because the next stage would really be automation and doing a bunch of automation stuff. So I'm going to bring down my output of my drum sub just a tiny amount. It's not really the drum sub that's at fault here, it's other stuff that's coming in that's really crazy, but let's just go through and rebalance slightly.
Such a perfect
This whole channel here is crazy, but literally. Anyway, this is a perfect point to take a break away from it, because we have like the beginnings of a really good mix, but there's going to be a lot of automation. There's an additional vocal coming in here I've got to find a place for. But this would be like where I would probably take a break from the mix, because I need to do a lot of volume rides and stuff to kind of pull it all together. But the basics of it is there. The essential sounds are there. I think the kick sound needs to come, the kick needs to come down in sections. We need to reblend it. It's too big at times and not big enough at others. So there's lots of other detailed stuff to do, but we'll be doing that with fresh ears. So let's have a listen to yesterday's mix.
You know, he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies.
Cool. Well, so far so good. Let's go to the chorus. I want to hear something.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope.
Cool. So a couple of things it's telling me here. Hat's too loud. I know one of the last things I brought up, kind of that tells you really the way that your ears work. You know, by the end of the day of mixing, or the end of the few hours I was mixing, some of the bright stuff, the 3 to 5K range, that's where your ears are most sensitive, and there's a lot of that in the hat. Like, let's see what I did with the hat. Yeah, I mean, I did a boost there, which is probably too much.
You know, he's in touch with this feminine side,
And ultimately, it's just too loud.
leaving a trail.
So I'm just going to take the output on this channel a little bit. I say a little bit, I'm going to take it down like 2 dB.
Sure, he's myopic,
2.4.
but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash.
Much
He
better.
said, let me unleash. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life.
Let's look at the master bus. Again, some clipping going on there. It's occasional transients. We don't have any bus compression, any EQ, any limiting on that bus at the moment. So, which is good. We're getting clipping, but we're not getting pure red. We've been balancing as we go. Let me have a listen again on this chorus. That cymbal's super hot coming in. That was one of the last things we worked on as well. You're going to find this. Some of the last things you work on are always going to be the loudest. So let's bring this cymbal down. And I know yesterday I was saying we should put a bit of room on these. and I'm going to do that. The explosion's kind of good. I might bring it down. I'll leave it as it is. It's a tough one. That just seems like it decays too quickly. Let's have a listen. Yeah. And then this other one here. Oh, that's super short. That's not bad. That actually can come up. And this one. There's a lot of attack on that, which makes it exciting. I'm just going to cheat a little bit. Okay, so I'm high in that region. You can clip gain it. I'm just going to gain it. Just a visual cue as well. Just going to gain the back end of that crazy. So this is what I'm going to do. See this? Now listen. Okay, that's better. Okay, so I'm increasing the decay on that volume-wise. So let's just copy that to everywhere that it's played. If you want, you could playlist it. So you can always go back to the original. So we're just going to playlist it. So I created a fresh playlist of the cymbal hit. So if I change my mind, I can just go back to the original playlist. So, and the last one here. So just pasted those in. And let's just put, I don't always do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm just going to put a bit of room directly on the cymbal. It's just quick and easy. I don't need to create a separate bus just for this one reverb. Let's have a listen. Yeah. It's a long verb. Maybe I'll come down a little bit. Yeah, it's got a medium halt. It's like 3.5 seconds. See what that sounds like. Still a little brittle for me. So listen to this explosion. No, it's not that one. It's getting good. All right, we'll go with that for the time being. Okay, so the hat's down. We controlled that cymbal coming in, put a little bit of room on it so it blends a little better, not quite so stark and on its own. I feel like the vocal in that first verse had too much effect on it. So let's just go in, and I'm going to bring down a whole bunch. I'm going to bring down the delays a little bit. I don't mind the short verb quite so much, but the long verb's coming down, and a little bit in that pre-chorus. You know, let's do the same kind of thing on the short here. It's coming down. Obviously listen to all of this, but this is my gut.
You know, he's in touch with his feminine side.
Nice.
Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's
Okay, so
myopic, but he's fine.
let's get a little creative.
And psychotic. Let me unread.
Hat's still loud,
He said, let me unread.
especially in that section.
He said, let
Come on, group.
such a perfect life out there in the sun.
I'm bringing these down.
Perfect life, I hope.
I actually think the overhead, just have a listen here.
Out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life.
All right, let's do some cleverness on here. Let us just go to the drum bus, the crush, and the other one. We'll do them together. So we're going to call these drum subs. And let's just pull them. I'm going to pull it down half a dB on this first verse and pre-chorus, and then another half just on the verse. So it's the dB down in that first verse and half a dB down in that.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side. Leave it.
Cool. So now we've automated down the verse drums. They can actually come down a little tiny bit more. I'm going to bring it down a little bit more. Remember, we have no bus compression going on yet. And I'm going to do the same with the pre-chorus. See what the drama's like.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash. Such a perfect life out there.
Great. Okay, so that's working really, really well. Let us do the simulation. So I'm going to do the volume, the tremolo effect, I should say, that we had on the original mix. I like that on the bass. Let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of.
That's pretty crazy. I like our drum sound more. It was the one thing, if you remember, I really wanted to change was to get rid of that tip-clip snare. And I think we have. We've done a very good, I think we've improved on it dramatically. Using all the same elements. So that's great. Okay, so let's go to our bass sub. Let's go into, at the moment we're on half notes going to eighths and see what we get. Now, we can do this. There's a million different ways of doing this, but let's try this and then highlight it. Let's just do 3. So what it is I highlighted it and then I hit Option R in Pro Tools. Just want to hear what it sounds like.
You know.
Right, so we need to go much crazier than that. Let's go into 16s. 16 is going to be enough. Should be. So we go to 16th notes, pull this down.
You know he's in.
I like it in 16ths. It's not as fast as the original.
He's in.
See how I'm having fun here? All right, so we go 32s. But, so what I'm going to do at this speed is I'm not going to make it go off completely. So I'm going to bring it down about, say halfway, so it's not completely off. It's about 2/3 of the way down. I like that. So it's like a real tremolo effect. As opposed to on, off, it's just going na, 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 na. So,
in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail
cool.
of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. left me unreached. He said, left me unreached. He said, left me unreached. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect.
Great, love it. Okay, so a couple of things. I think the bass can actually do the same thing that we're doing with the drums. So I'm going into volume trim here. So I'm not going to go as crazy, but I'm going to bring the whole thing down a half here. It's going to be another thing that's going to help our dynamics in the chorus. And then another, like almost a dB here. Let's have a listen. It's just subtle changes.
You know, he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail
Like it.
of deception and lies.
Go into the second verse.
It's clear we live our disposable lives,
Come down about a half, maybe.
leaving a trail of
Tiny
distraction
bit.
behind.
Nice. Subtle amounts.
He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach.
Okay, so it's just little, just tuck down the drums just a little bit in the second verse. Just a little dynamic changes. Subtle little volume rides. I think if we came down even like 0.7, which is mastering engineers is believe the first kind of audible thing that most people can hear.
It's clear we live our disposable life, leaving a trail.
The drums, I mean the bass could come down a little bit more.
Behind. He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unreach, he said.
I'm not bringing up this pre-chorus yet.
He said, let me unreach. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Balancing the pre-chorus up a little bit more on the drums.
Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Got your perfect life.
Now this kick explosion here is just too much. I mean, I like it, but
Such a perfect life out.
come down a dB and a half.
Such a perfect life out there in the. Such a perfect life out. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life.
Still big.
Out there in the sun. Got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes your perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life.
Whoa!
Such a
Bass drop from hell. From heaven.
Such a perfect life. perfect life.
So those chunks are great. So I'm just going to push up those main parts of the chunks here, quite a lot. There's 2 dB up. Let's have a listen. So I've got all these chorus guitars here, and I want to fade them quicker so there's more impact. So let's just bring them down dramatically here. Just so there's more impact to that downbeat of the chorus. Listen to this guitar here. So that's just noise, and I kind of like this one here. I have to decide whether I want that noise in there or not. Let's have a listen. Cool. So maybe this is kick explosion. That's cool. So let's just do some fun stuff here. It's just noise, but it could be called ear candy. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go to pan. So I did my Option R again. I just created it, so let's have a quick listen. So just some cool, interesting ear candy. Wait, I'm not doing much to this lead. I feel like it needs to have a little bit of room on it. I'm going to set up a separate auxiliary because I love the level, so I don't want to rebalance everything, so I am going to set up a separate auxiliary. I'm just going to call it just guitar verb. So solo guitar verb. And let's just find a generic. Fine with a good old-fashioned D-verb. I'm going to go to medium room. Second. Yeah, that's probably fine. It's on 100%. Create a new bus. 31 and 32. Nice. Great. So we needed. This can come down a little bit. I noticed in that second, I kind of like the chaos. So these are created, so when you get to mix this, you can do whatever you like with this. Already all created, so there's not really any need to do anything to it. You know, sometimes, quite often, is like, you know, I talk about this all the time, is like committing that vocal idea and all that kind of stuff. So when you come to mix, it's there. So, you know, you could pan that around in your mix, you could have some fun with it, but essentially, you know, that's pretty much the way I'm doing it. I mean, it's already printed the way I want to hear it. So the only thing I think I want to do more is I like it. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. And this is just ideas for you on your mix. But I am going to put at the very end of my chain here, I'm going to put a good old-fashioned, where is it? SansAmp. Okay. Just makes it evil. Without. Now on that big note there, let's get crazy. Let's go to our long verb. So just take it from like somewhere on the front of the note here. Let's just turn it up dramatically, but let's have it grow exponentially. So let's have a listen. Because there's the other one underneath. So I'm also going to bring the vocal down just a little bit, because with that distortion and everything, it's getting really out there. So I'm just going to bring it down just a half, maybe 0.6 or so, just so it sits just a little bit more in the track. Next thing, obviously, I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to write some automation. So master bypass, add, okay, and then I'm going to come down here. So that's with the bypass on. So do the opposite. And there it is. So the effect is off. Yeah. Turn the level down just a bit. Took a little bit of loads off it. That's nice. And I think the delays, both of them can come up. And sometimes I group my delays if I think they're going to come up together, but I've not grouped them here. But I'm bringing them both up to a 3 dB. See what we got. So I'm going to bring down this little build thing here. I don't think it needs to be as dramatic because we've got the other effect underneath. But what I am going to do is globally, I'm going to bring the whole thing up. Just so it's just swimming in a bit more verb. You can see I keep bringing the main lead down because it's already aggressive. I just want to sit it in the mix and make it just a bit more evil. There you go. Okay, so the toms are good. The drum sub has already pulled out a little 350. The tom sample. Just gonna listen to the drums in this section. I'm fine with them. They're a little full. Just a tiny bit. That's interesting, and we should get a little clipping on that. For a nanosecond. You know, that transient went by so quickly. I'm not going to turn it down because that transient is slightly peaking. That would be insane. Toms are a little fuller body. They could do with a little room on them, just a shade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the samples because they're cleaner, and I'm going to send to a verb. So we'll take it 31, 33, 34. We're going to pan it the same way-ish that they are, and you can obviously just grab that and pull it down using Option. In Pro Tools, I'm not sure what your DAW is, but I'm sure there's a way to drag and drop. If not, just have to recreate. Okay, and now we're just going to do my usual favorite, 750 milliseconds, just create another verb. And this obviously is going to be input on the same 33, 34, but it's going to output on 19, 20, so it's just going to fold back into our drum buses, of which of course we have two, one normal and one crush. So we'll call this tom verb. And we'll just go to our D verb. And we'll go to medium room. Large, medium room. Let's give it a listen. Yeah, have a little more. Cool. I mean, they're a little bombastic, and maybe I could cut a little bit more lows out of them, but I kind of like them. Yeah, they're a little bombastic. So maybe on the sample here, Often I'll create a tom sub. Listening again, just to the drums. Yeah, those are good. I feel like I want to make the verb just a little longer. Turn it up just a little bit more. Obviously it's on 100% mix, because it's on its own bus. Those explosions are crazy with that cymbal. Making a bit more verby on that cymbal there for me. There's a little kind of 7 that I don't like on it, which is just hurting my ears a little bit. Let's have a listen. Not so much on that, see where it's coming from. Not that. Not that. So those are all actually pretty smooth. So it could be our overheads. Very slight. So this is one of my tricks that I like to do. You've probably seen me do this on the videos, but I go to harmonic, and I use the lo-fi, and I just turn on. Go back to that cymbal. Amazing. Off. God, it's so subtle, but it just eats up some of that subtle. I like it a lot. So what it's doing is it's overdriving, but because of the nature of a lot of distortion and saturation, is like the high end distorts first. So I've got like 0.1 on distortion, 0.2 on the saturation. It's just eating up that super high offensive area. Use them on room mics all the time. When you have a drummer that's splashing away on his cymbals and plays his kick like kick, snare, a kick, kick, snare, which unfortunately is a lot of drummers. I use that plugin just to control my room mics a little bit. And here I'm using it to control the overheads. Okay, so subtle moves, but they're really making a huge difference. Now, last but no means least, let us go up to our master bus and put some compression, etc. on. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a chorus where it's super loud. I don't think we're going to need to do a huge amount, but I'm going to do subtle things. Now, I'm not going to use any clever things. Well, you know, define clever. You could use a Master X. There's a whole bunch of mastering things. I'm just going to do subtle things on the basis of this not being creating the master. This is like if I was going to master afterwards. So what I would do is probably find something a little subtle, and you could use an R comp. You know, I wouldn't use an RVox. That's far too colored. I would find something. Look, here's the G console. Which is the Mac DSP one. There's the SSL stuff. I know UAD do it. I mean, the bottom line is whatever I use, it's going to be very, very little amount. I'm not going to use a multi-band. I'm not going to go crazy. I just spent time mixing this, so why would I color it too much? Here's the SSL channel. There's also SSL comp only. So let's do this. Let's try the SSL comp only. I'm going to wind the threshold right up. Now, see the difference? Auto is the way to go. Just use the auto function on this. I'm on 4:1. So what do I think? I think my gain staging's a little tiny bit off for me. I think it's a combination of factors. I'm going to leave the drums where they are at the moment. I might come down a half. Maybe, we don't need to do much. This is just subtle gain staging. You know, I'm going to come down 0.3 on the drums. I actually feel like they're kind of in the place I want them to. The bass is definitely big. I'm going to come down 0.5. This rhythm guitar here can just come down slightly. The heavies, I think, can do with a little cut. See, I'm not touching the vocal at the moment. The vocal's the last thing I'm going to work on if I need that to come down. Just rebalancing my gain very slightly. Guitar lead bar at the end. I'm going to listen to it in a second, but I'm just bringing down halves here. I'm not afraid to do this. I'm going to leave my keys where they are at the moment. Let's have a listen. Cool. These guitars are coming down half. So I'm just rebalancing my gain structure ever so slightly. Don't be afraid. So the vocal's kind of a little bit more pop now. So for me, I'm actually going to take all of my keys stuff and all my reverse stuff and group it. Keep that. So I'm going to call this keys programming. That's kind of what it all is. I'm going to bring it down a half.
Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect
Cymbal over dub. Still don't like those cymbals. Vocal's sitting out a little too much in front for me now.
Disposable life, leaving a trail.
Effects wise, little much for me in times. I think in general they could come down ever so
He
slightly.
might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic.
Love that little wrong guitar there.
Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. You got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You built your perfect life too close to the sun.
So the kick is massive, so I'm just going to bring it down just a tiny bit. I might also automate it somewhat. It's coming down 0.8. Less boost here.
He's myopic, but but he's fun and psychotic. Love me.
So let's go to the chorus.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live.
Cool. So let's just say I like it on the chorus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring down, just do the same things we've been doing, but I'm actually going to do it on the kick. So I'm going to bring the kick down half a dB more in the pre-chorus when the heavy guitars come in, the first heavy guitars, and then another, let's just say another 0.5 in that first verse. Let's have a listen.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side,
I like that.
leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's my
I feel the same way about the snare.
he's fine.
So this is just, it's these subtle automation things that are going to make the difference on the mix for me. You know, and I talk about it a lot, but I really do believe in automation. And these are subtle things, but I think they're worth doing. So I'm going to bring down the overall snare a dB. You know what? I'm going to do a little bit more. Yeah, bring it down a dB in that pre-chorus, and then another further half in the verse, and see what we've got. This is why we have snare buses. You see why we created it.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me.
So I'm actually going to, see there, the snare comes in before the downbeat of the pre-chorus because the heavy guitars come in. So I'm actually going to bring that back up 0.5, so it's going to be the same level as the pre-chorus. And these are subtle things, but I like it.
And psychotic. Love me and
All right, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the snare verb down quite a lot. I'll bring it down. Let's try like a dB and a half in this verse and see how it feels.
you know he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me up.
Okay, so now let's go make sure we got this snare coming back here. It's coming back up just about half a dB, but I'm also going to just bring up those first two snare hits up a little bit. So, because they're coming over the top of the guitars.
But he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life.
Now, we can do a couple of fun things. We could pump the reverb for this snare fill. Let's just see what it sounds like if we take the snare verb up a lot. Let's have a quick listen. I like that. Smooth off the decay on it here. So we've just punched it there. So I'm going to do the same trick, but not as crazy. I'm going to bring the snare down and the verb down a little bit in this section. So I'm just going to come down, I don't know, 0.4. So like 0.6 on the verse. Verb in general is going to come down just maybe a dB on the verse. Equivalent of about that. Just a little less ambience going on in that. Not as dramatic as what we did in the first verse, but definitely enough. Feel the same way about the kick as well.
Leaving a trail of destruction behind. He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich, he said. Let me unrich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Same thing. Let's crank that verb on that fill. Just because we can. Put a little nice smooth decay on that. So we're cranking the verb on the snare.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. You got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. You built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life.
Still the vocals coming in. Everything's kind of fighting for space. I like it. It's noisy, it's disgusting. So what I'm going to do now is going to finish up that master bus. We're going to do a bounce and then we're going to do a headphone test. We're getting 3 to 4 dBs worth of gain reduction there, which is quite a lot, to be honest. It's about as much as I would do on an SSL console. Cool. Listen one more time from the top.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception.
The vocal can actually come down a little bit in this first verse.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach, he said.
So this is the vocal down the first verse.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live our disposable life, leaving a trail.
A bit too much in the vocal effects for me there. Kind of like the delay. You know what?
And psychotic. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Got your perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a Such a perfect
All right, so let's have some fun with that last vocal before she goes into that distorted section. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to automate the vocal. We've got a double here. Let's have a listen.
Such a perfect life. Let me unreach. Let me unreach.
So let's try a couple of things. Well, first of all, let's boost that long verb up. So it's going a little crazier on that. So on that, love me, I'm rich. On that very last line, I should say. Let's have a listen.
Such a perfect
Bring it up a little bit. The toms, you know, I try to get away with it, but the toms do need a little bit of low mids and stuff cut out of them. They sound great, but just a little taming. So let's tame them. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to send them to their own bus. As much as I was resisting it, this is what we have to do. So let's create our own stereo track here. Stereo auxiliary. So tom sub here. Make it input 3536. And send that back to our main 1920. our drum groups. Okay, so let me just put this in a loop for a second. Get them out of the way of the kick a little bit. Better. Get rid of some of those ugly low mids. That's kind of good. Aha, that's my problem. Need it on there. See, mistakes happen. So I put it on the, I didn't put it on the floor sample. There we go, now it sounds better. That's ugly. The live floor tom is not nice. So that's coming down dramatically. This is coming up. There we go. It's overloading a little bit there. So let's also pan that the direction of the floor tom. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so we just tucked in some of the low, the real bottom end, and some of that ugly kind of cardboardy sound. Infinitely better. Okay, so let's have a listen.
Makes love.
Let's listen to this. Now there's a real bad bottom end going on in this. It's barely audible, but it has to go. Okay, so it's bad. Barely audible, but it's there. Okay, so let's go. Let's find what most of the sound is doing. Okay. I had fun playing guitar on this track. All right, before we do anything else, I'm going to bounce this and give it a listen. So let's highlight the track. Make sure we're covering all the front and back of it.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side.
Cool. Let's do a bounce to disc. And we'll just do a straight 16-bit, 44.1, stereo interleaved, WAV file. Let us create a new folder. Produce like a pro. Bounce. Okay, I'm Rich. Clap. Save.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side.
So what I'm going to do is I've got a little USB drive here, a little flash drive, and I'm going to drag and drop this mix on there, and then I'm going to listen on my laptop. You won't have to watch me in real time, but what I do is I'm listening on headphones. These headphones, these are Ultrasound. I've had them for years, so I know how they sound. So what I do is, as part of my process, is I finish up like this. I'm going to grab the song. Here's the plap bounce. Drag it on here. And now I'm ejecting it, and I'm going to listen on my headphones. And I grab a notepad and I make notes. Exciting stuff.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side. Leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash. Such a perfect life.
Wow. It's a big, horrible, loud, distorted mess of rock. There's a whole bunch of things I've got to do. Not actually that. The kick is still huge. I think that's the bottom line for mixing on small speakers. Absolutely massive. It's going to blow your speakers up. But that's why I always go to a trusted set of headphones. So there I am on little speakers. But anyway, so let's have a listen to that.
You know
Probably a combination of factors causing it. Yeah, listen to that. So I'm going to do this. I am going to, believe it or not, I'm going to wipe off the bottom end going into the reverb and the compressor here. So don't be afraid to EQ your verbs. Here we go. Here's the proof of the pudding in the eating. So let's do this because it's massive. It's all enveloping. So I'm going to go to about 100. Say one. I don't know. Let's try around. I'm just thinking about it. Maybe 150. See what happens. After, before. That's a little better. Okay, so now we're not getting so much bottom end boost out of that. That's a good start. Let's bring down the kick boost here. Just just a little. And then overall, I'm going to bring down the kick a gnats. Only a gnats because it's in the chorus it's good. Wait, let's undo that. I'm going to listen to individual elements as well. Yeah, see the biggest one is the one that's set into the verb. So let's try something else. On that kick, I don't want to EQ it yet, but what about if we just decided to put a transient designer on just that kick? Shorten the sustain a little bit, increase the attack a little bit.
Trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and let me unrich. He said, let me unrich. Leaving.
Let's go to the chorus.
Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Bring the overheads down in general. They're just a little too brash for me. I've done that lo-fi trick, but I'm going to bring them down just a little bit more.
Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a
The hat's still too hot.
to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun.
Especially in that first verse.
Build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Now I wanted the bass up in the choruses. Question is it because it's fighting with the guitars? Just in case, I'm going to put just a little bit half on the bass in the choruses. Readdress the balance, a bit more of the cleaner bottom end.
Too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone.
Brighten this up a little bit. Wasn't getting as much definition out of these guitars as I'd hoped. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new stereo. Auxiliary. And on this stereo auxiliary, I'm going to, believe it or not, I'm going to go to multi-mono reverb. So I can send independently. So we'll call this Midley guitars, chorus guitars. Chorus guitars. Verb. What we're going to do is we're going to take, we'll go from the left-hand guitar on each one, and we'll send to the right-hand side. So what that means is we'll do 38 like this on the two right-hand guitars. So here's the two right-hand guitars here. And then, actually that's wrong. Sorry, 38 is going to go from the two left-hand guitars. I was right the first time of my brain. So 38 is going from the two left, and then the two right, it's going to be 37. So what that means is they're sending opposite each other. So the guitar's in one side, the effect in the other. This is obviously going to be input 37, 38. Now what we could do, and we probably should do, is we're going to fold that back into the bus itself. You don't have to, you could go straight to left and right, but I'm going to fold it back in. We'll just have a listen. So.
Perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun.
So what I did is I increased the top end on the guitars a bit by another 1K. It's up to just under 5K now, so they're a little brighter. I dipped a little bit more 2K out of the heavy guitars to give some space for them.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect
Might be a little loud now, but
I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
you know, I felt like the distorted vocal at the end came down too much.
Perfect life.
I felt like it could have a lot more distortion, a lot more effects on it. So I'm actually going to put it back up to where it was. Now, I'm going to want a bit more. Something's in pre-fade. This is going to have to come up. Need some more definition on this kick. So I even turned the ambient, the reverb top end up to the left. So the kick send, the reverb, I'm actually turning up, I'm taking off some of the bottom end and boosting the top so there's more of the ambient sound of the kick drum and less of the boom kind of the kick drum. Okay, so I'm controlling EQ going to that verb send. Okay, we're pretty close. You know, it's all about subtleties now, and I'm going to do another bounce and another headphone test to see where we're at. It's nice to do little incremental things. It's nice to get away from just being in front of the same speakers over and over again. And, you know, giving ourselves some perspective. So we'll just do a simple bounce to disc. Mix 2. It's not really mix 2, it could be recall, but hey.
You know he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unhitch, he said. Let me unhitch, he said. Let me unhitch. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect...
So what's been interesting about filming this video is we've been doing it like an hour little segments between working. As you know, I'm a producer, engineer, mixer, songwriter, guitar playing person. And so we've been sneaking in like an hour or two before sessions. And the great thing is that, you know, my full-time job is I do music for a living. And the YouTube Academy stuff is I'm building that up as something that's really important to me, because I didn't go to school and I didn't start out going in regular studio, so I learnt by borrowing and stealing ideas from other people. So for me, the whole idea of doing this is to basically teach people a lot more effectively than I was able to learn. So I love doing this. But what is interesting is it's given me breaks. And so here I am, fresh shirt, new day, back in, and I'm listening to it, and you know, this is a good lesson for all of us that I have to learn every day. The last thing I worked on was that kick. And I took out some of the bottom end and I added some clickiness by boosting one of the samples a little bit. I come in fresh day, open it up, and the kick sounds too clicky. And like anything, your ears get fatigued because we filmed that segment at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day. So it's a good lesson. So I've been working all day with a Latin artist called Christian Castro. I don't know, you guys probably don't know who that is, unless you're fans of Latin music, but I've been with him all day doing vocals and listening to mixes and doing tons of stuff. And then at the end of the day, I decided to do some mix tweaks and finish up the filming. And what I did is I ended up boosting a top end on a kick. And now, of course, it's far too loud. So it's a great lesson. Put on headphones, I listen to it, and I'm like, whoa, what was I thinking? Anyway, so there's that. And then there's some subtle things, because listening to the other mix, we'll call it the rough mix, there's some things that were done in that which I like. And one of those subtle things is in the pre-chorus guitar, it went down to 1 so that when it came into the chorus, it was super big. So we're going to do that. We're going to steal that idea. We're going to give it another listen. It's digital in the box mixing, not through a console, so it's a little brighter. So we might do some little adjustments on that. Do a couple of tiny little bits and pieces. So I'm going to pop on my headphones and I'm going to do some subtle changes. Same headphones. And I'm going to listen on headphones. Cool, so let's give it a listen.
In touch with this feminine side,
I go to headphones here for detail.
leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash.
See, the kick's good, it's just a little too clicky. And I've done some subtle things where I was boosting it up in sections, so it was louder in the choruses. And that's great. However, it's just too much. So let's get our clicky kick, which I believe is this one. Yeah. Aha. So there's all kinds of craziness going on. So let's do this. I'm going to... All right. Now let's have a listen. From the top.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun.
Also, I'm going to bring this one down. So I'm bringing down the electric now, because we're in detail world. I'll bring it down before the heavies come in. Just a nats. You'll notice as well that you're going to be given a DI, so with that DI you can also have some fun. You could sans amp it, you could put Decapitator or a virtual amp on it.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side.
Great. So now we're coming to this guitar here. Now, as you see, the rhythm guitar in the verse is panned slightly to the left. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute the one that's panned slightly to the left and use the one that's only panned slightly to the right for my heavies. See what it feels like.
Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash. He said, let me unleash. He said, let me unleash. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun.
So in general, that kick coming up is pretty huge, but let's see how it is in the first verse again.
You know he's in touch with this feminine
Bringing the
side.
overall kick level down a little bit.
You know he's in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of
Less
deception and lies.
top on the kick here. So I boosted that like crazy
Sure, he's
yesterday.
myopic, but
There you
he's
go.
fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said.
Boost is a little much.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun.
Now, there's an obvious volume difference putting on the SSL bus compressor. I'm going to listen to it with a bit more gain makeup. Take it off.
Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail of destruction behind. He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said.
Okay, so I like this SSL bus compressor when it's not working too hard. Have a listen here.
You know
Bypass it.
he's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said.
Bring that kick down a little bit more.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail of
So I'm just trying to get this balance right. Going to this chorus here.
such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun.
All right, so I'm going to play that a little bit. I'm not enjoying hearing it too much. I'm not enjoying that attack time, so I'm going to go on to a much slower attack time.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail.
Cool. So that's folding in the chorus nicely.
Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. It's clear we live a disposable life, leaving a trail of destruction behind. He might be myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash, he said. Let me unleash. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Got your perfect life.
Cool. So I'm really enjoying this now. This is a lot more exciting to me. I'm not hearing the SSL bus compressor as much in a good way, but it's really helping those verses kind of pull up a little bit. So it's kind of doing what I wanted to do. Adjusting the attack time was the big secret. Okay, the bass is really the one thing I'm trying to figure out here to sweeten up a little bit. Just trying to get this balance so we got a little bit more body in it. So I'm only listening to the DI. I'm going to go for some more mid-range. That's 1.5K. Try a little R bass. That's gluing together with a kick, it gives it more weight. Fantastic. Part of the harshness is probably the overheads are a little hot.
Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life, I hope you're having fun. Built your perfect life too close to the sun. Way to watch you come undone. Such the sun.
So I like this snare sample a lot. With our live snare. I'm lacking a little body on the lows. So that's a huge difference. So the kick verb, we need to get into some fun with that. So more automation. I'm coming down about a dB in the verse, half a dB or so in the pre. These subtle moves could make a huge difference for me. Maybe even more. In this second pre-chorus, let's do the same trick with the guitar. I don't mind if we repeat our ideas. I think it's a great idea. So here we're going to go. So panning one left, one right.
Let me, I'm rich. He said, let me, I'm rich. He said, let me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life too close to the sun. Makes a perfect way to watch you come undone. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life.
Great. I'm loving where it's at now. And I think that, again, I always talk about it, breaks. There I was mixing, I was working all day and then came back at the end of the evening and did the tweaks on the mix. Now, obviously, if I'd been working on this song in one day, the same thing would have applied because my ears would have been tired by the end of the day. But we split this up and I came back at the end of the day after working all day and I did some stupid things. I boosted the top end on a kick, I too much. I took the clicky kick and boosted that up too much. I put on a SSL bus compressor with the wrong attack time, so it kind of folded into itself a little bit too much. These are mistakes that we make. And I think, I talk about it all the time, take breaks. You know, I'm never working more than 2 or 3 hours in one spurt, but at the same time, you know, taking a day break, coming back the next morning like we are here is a huge difference. And it was really fantastic. So anyway, let's bounce where we're at. It's so much more exciting than the original mix, which is great. Now, some people, you can bounce the disc or you can bounce through your bus. I'm just going to bounce the disc for the time being. Some people like to bounce through it. I'm just going to bounce the disc. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to do it as multiple mono, and we're going to import it back into our session. So everything should be set up. Let's go to our bounces here. So what we'll do, we'll call it mix 3. If you want, you can get descriptive. It's quite nice if you're doing multiple mixes. Sometimes it's really nice to do like kick up, kick down. And you know, in the real world, I would now do a vocal up mix, a vocal down mix. You know, I would do all these different things. Okay, so we're going to do this bounce. We're going to bounce the disc, and we're going to do it as a 24-bit 48K, which is what this is recorded at. So we can bring it back into our session. So we're going to do import after bounce here. Let's go and save it to our bounce section here. Again, don't be afraid to, like, you know, call it like kick up or kick down or whatever it is that you did. You can be descriptive if you have multiple mixes. You know, sometimes you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mixes, and it could be vocal up, vocal down. At the end of a project, I would always do an instrumental mix. I do a TV mix, which is an instrumental with backgrounds in it. And then, of course, I would do a vocal normal mix, a main mix, a vocal down, and a vocal up. That way, when it comes to mastering, if your mastering engineer wants to strip in the vocal up for a section where he feels like the vocal needs to come up, he's got it and you can just strip that section in. And vice versa, sometimes the vocal may be too hot and you might want to put the vocal down. Many mixers will print stems, will print every multiple version, because quite often a label will come back to you and say, I really like it, but can you turn up the guitar in the second verse? And if you've got a guitar up mix, you just strip in that second verse and you send it back to them within 5 minutes, as opposed to recalling the mix and redoing it. So it's not as difficult now, because if you're mixing in a box like we just did, you can do recalls and changes in seconds. When you're mixing on a console like this, it is a nightmare doing recalls in the middle of other sessions. I mean, I could be making an album and I've got to strip down and reset up my console just to do a recall of one tiny thing. So doing multiple mixes is really useful.
But he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Got your perfect life. I hope you're having fun. Build your perfect life.
Okay, so we import that. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to do some fun tricks. Let's pull this up. Make sure we're not going back through the master bus again for listening purposes. Turn that off. Go into solo. Have a listen on my headphones here.
You know, he's
Great.
in touch with this feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. He said, love me, I'm rich. Such a perfect life out there in the sun. Such a perfect life. I hope you're having fun.
Cool, I'm really enjoying it. It's exactly what I want. It's the louder, disgusting, more dirty version of the mix that I did before. I prefer the drum sound now. You know, where the other one was a little thin sounding on the snare and very transient, designery, sort of snappy. This is a little bit more tougher room tones. Okay, so now what I would do, you could send this mix off for band approval and start getting notes back and comments from the artist. But what you could do, and I highly recommend it, is cheat a couple of things. So we're going to duplicate it. We're going to call it mix 3, which it is, and we're going to call it ELLTWO. And what is that for? Well, it's for L2. Now, this isn't the final mastering. We're not mastering, but what we're doing is we're cheating. We're going to just make sure that when they hear it, it's at a level comparable to what they're used to listening to. So let's go to a loud portion of the song, which would probably be around about here, looking at the density. And we'll hit preview. Bring the threshold down. Giving ourselves about 2 dBs worth of gain reduction. Crazy out there. Okay, so what we did at the loudest portion of the song, we gave ourselves 2 dB or so gain reduction. So you would be like, well, okay, great. So we could hit it with the limiter here and just make it so it's a little bit more even. Right, that's one thing we could do, but we could get a little cleverer just for the sake of it. So what we could do is we could take sections of the song, like this go all the way up to the first verse here, just past the pre-chorus, and we could do this. So we'll just highlight this section. Well, I'll just place a cut in it for the time being, believe it or not. And then what I can do is I can change my out ceiling. And let's change it to Let's go. Well, I don't even type it. We'll just pull it down. Let's go down a full dB, believe it or not. Why not? So we're going down a dB and process it. And you're like, what is going on? Well, what's going on is, see, the level came up, it's been limited, but the output level is now a dB down. Now let's take a chunk of the pre-chorus into the chorus here. And then let's make that, for the sake of it, 0.5. And process it. Pull this up here. You get what we're doing. Okay, so we've done the first pre-chorus. Let's go to our chorus here. Highlight that. Let's make the chorus just -2. So it's pretty much slammed, about as slammed as you can get, but just below. Oops, go a bit further. You're getting the point, and then second verse through to first second pre-chorus. We can go, I don't know, maybe 0.7 this time. Second pre-chorus, we can go 0.4 this time. You're seeing a correlation. The song is growing exponentially louder. We're controlling the verses and the pre-choruses, the headroom at the top, so that when the choruses come in, there's extra dynamics. Even though you can hear the dynamics already, obviously the choruses are much bigger. But this is bigger still. So now what we'll do is we'll come down just 0.1, where we were 0.2 on the first one. I'm in grid here, so it's easier to get to the front of the beats. Okay, and then the bridge could be, I don't know, 0.2, come down ever so slightly. It could even stay the same as the chorus, but whatever. We'll bring it down so it's a nats. And then the breakdown, let's get a little bit more dramatic on the breakdown. Not maybe down to a dB, but 0.8 here, so there's a dramatic drop down. And then that last chorus out, let's just put it on 0. So it's the maximum headroom possible. All right, I learned this from, I think I talked about this before, and I know I've talked about it with the Academy members. I learned this because when I was doing the second Frey record, we sent out the mix for the first single to like 7 different mixers. And one of the mixers, who's a big, very famous pop mixer, the most famous pop mixer, his mixes came back one big blob of verse, one big blob, and like not like this with dynamics, like just a square wave. And I know he mixes in the box. And then when the chorus came in, it was just a louder, significantly louder, big blob of square wave. And, that's how he's manipulating people into sort of like going, wow, the mix is so exciting. And so, that's the biggest pop mixer in the world. You can all guess who it is, but he is the biggest pop mixer in the world. He mixes everything, and he's very successful at it. And that's the trick he does. So I was like, well, you know what? If that's what he does, it's what's good enough for the goose is good enough for the gander, so I do it as well. I don't always necessarily have to, but if I know I'm competing against other people, and you may be competing, to get mixes, you just have to do what you have to do. And this mixer was doing it for a band like the Frey, who are an organic band. We didn't, at that record, second album, I think we had like synth parts that were played by Dave. Dave, the guitar player, was playing the synth parts. They weren't programmed. I know they did that on later records after the first and second albums, but at that point it was all still properly played information. And so, it's not like he was having to mix a Beyonce track or something like that where it was all programmed. So it's worth knowing that. If that's the real world, there's a lot of debate. We can get into debate. You can go online, you can read all the forums, and everybody's telling you what you're doing wrong and what you're doing right. I'm just letting you know that's the real world of guys that are competing, and they are doing this kind of stuff. Okay, so now I've tied it all up. We consolidate. So let's have a listen. You're going to hear a dramatic. Now we brought up the verses, but you'll hear a dramatic difference in sections.
You know
Sounds great.
He's in touch with his feminine side, leaving a trail of deception and lies. Sure, he's myopic, but he's fun and psychotic. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach, he said. Let me unreach. Such a perfect life out there in the sun.
Now, obviously, you're going to get this session and you're going to have this mix in here and you're going to hear what I did. And feel free to beat it. Okay, so let's, just for schnitz and sniggles, let's go to the bridge and hear the breakdown to the last chorus.
Such a perfect life. Such a perfect life. Such a perfect
It's arguable I could have come down even more in that section there. You know, we could also, on the mix, and no, I'll leave this open now for you. On the mix, when you're mixing this, you could even thin that out a little bit because there's actually quite a lot of information going on in there. We could thin out that a little bit more so there's even more drama like that. Cha-chung. You know, that could just be coming out of nowhere. We could verb out the vocal and push it back. There's so many more fun things we can do. Always keep an open mind as to, you know, improving and being more creative in your mix. But that is like now a more exciting version of what we did before. We've moved from mixing on a console, on an SSL in a hybrid fashion to mixing entirely in a box, just using plugins and exactly the same audio that I had. You're going to have all of the same samples, everything. So have fun with this one. Well, fantastic. Hope you have a marvelous time mixing this. I really, really appreciate you guys getting this far through it. The bottom line for me here is I took this song, I hadn't mixed it in a long time, so I took this song and I opened it up in a box. I didn't use any of the plugins that I had before or any of preconceived ideas about how to mix this song and just started from fresh. We had no template. So with that in mind, now that I've done this and this was a band, and after I get the band's notes and I have to change things, let's just say they want a different guitar sound, they don't like the drums, they want a drier sound with less reverbs, etc. All of these things you have to take on board because they might come back with that stuff. So bearing that in mind, once you've tweaked it and you get it exactly the way that everyone is mutually happy with the sound, you now can create a template. I didn't want to start with a template, and I also didn't want to start with a song that had already mixed in a box and just kind of give you this misinformation and backtrack, because that doesn't help you. What I'm trying to do here is help you understand the process of how I got there by literally filming me getting there. As I said, there's more things I could do. Going back to it now, I think in that breakdown, I would thin out the instrumentation and I'd have it when those Radiohead cha-chung guitars come in, you know, from Creep. When those come in, it would be nice if they were more out in the middle of nowhere. And then the drama of the last chorus could be even bigger. So there's lots more subtlety, but now we're in a place, you see, where I like the sound of the overall track. This is now where you could start having fun and pan things around, verb out the vocal, push it back in areas, put more delays on. That's up to you now to get super, super creative. Get to this place where the track feels good and starts to sound good, and then you can really turn on the creativity and have some more fun with it. So anyway, thank you ever so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Please send us some feedback. These are really wonderful things to do. This is eye-opening for me as well, because I didn't mix this on in the box, and so I'm learning a lot of different stuff. I'm also, quite frankly, I was just saying off camera, enjoying the sound of this. It could be better, but I actually like it for this genre. It's kind of the brashness and the brightness that you get out of mixing, you know, quote unquote, in the box. It's pretty special. So thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to making more of these videos for you.